Hello, folks. Can you hear us over there? We're just getting settled. Thank you. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties. Hello, folks. Can you hear us over there? We're just getting settled. So maybe now they should be able to hear me.
Can they hear you?
I think so. Can you hear me now?
Okay,
Yes?
Cool.
Okay,
awesome.
great. Thank you.
Yeah,
There
and
was an echo
sorry,
here.
I thought I had met.
Can you hear me? Unfortunately, I don't think we can hear you because I had to turn off the speaker here so that we could actually not have an echo because there's a bit of a delay. So if you have comments, you'll have to put them in the chat.
Yeah. I know, that's why.
So there's no, they can hear us. Now they can hear us through this camera, but we won't be able to hear them. Okay. Actually, I might be able
All right, I was waiting for you to be, there you are, he's in. All right, well, good morning, everybody, again. My name is, well, I'm gonna get to that in a minute. I'll get to that in a minute. What we typically do at all of our events, and good morning to everyone on Zoom. We like to acknowledge the land that we stand on. So I'm gonna move up to our land acknowledgement. The indigenous people of what is now Boston, Massachusetts, have long celebrated the power and importance of trees and stewarded this land in part through trees. For hundreds of generations, we have much to learn from the deep knowledge still held within these communities. We extend gratitude for the opportunity to work and meet on this sacred land. We extend our respect to citizens of these nations, the Massachusetts, the Wampanoag, the Nipmuc, and many unnamed nations whose ancestors have lived here for over 500 generations, and to all indigenous people across this land. We also affirm that this acknowledgement is insufficient. It does not undo the harm that has been done and continues to be perpetrated now against indigenous people, their land, and their water. Our work is committed in part to dismantle the systems and heal the pain from this history, in whatever small part. We hope that our work together to celebrate trees can assist in this process. And I also have a quote that I want to read from Floyd Red Crow Westerman. Our DNA is made out of the same DNA as the tree. The tree breathes what we exhale. We need what the tree exhales. So we have a common destiny with the tree, and that's by Chief Floyd Red Crow Westerman. All right. Thank you for your time for that. All right. Welcome to the 2023 Buff Symposium. So I have notes here. I'm going to read them, so forgive me. All right. All right. So we are excited to have you, and I'm very happy to be here. Today's event was a result of a lot of hard work, a lot of emails, and 4 months of dedication to this work. I can think of a few places I could be, but I'd rather be here with you all. My name is Jarrell Ferguson. I am the Community Outreach Manager at Speak for the Trees. This month, I celebrated 2 years with this amazing organization. In 2023, Speak for the Trees celebrated its first 5 years. Now, you know, the success of many organizations depends on how they reach and go beyond its first 5 years. We've moved into a new office and our team is growing, and we have room for more growth. The fact that we are growing is proof that there is still a need for Speak for the Trees. More trees to be planted and more work to be done. The theme of our symposium today is Growing Together, the Urban Forest Plan and how Boston becomes a green city. In nonprofits, lots of acronyms are used. When I first saw UFP, I thought United Forest People, Union Free Press. I play these acronym games in my head until somebody tells me exactly what their meaning is. When the Urban Forest Plan was finally explained to me, I simply said, oh. Fast forward 2 years, the significance and importance of these 3 words, the work and care that went into drafting it, is the ultimate example of working and growing together. 2 key words, growing and together. Growing is something that I just talked about. We're growing our staff, our network, and our possibilities. How do we do that? Together. How can we grow Boston, Massachusetts into a green city where it becomes a greener and greater city over a period of time? By working together to maintain and nourish our companionships and our close associations. The Boston Urban Forest Friends is an example of close association, where minds thoughts, and ideas come together, where advocacy begins and new alliances are formed. News is shared, meetings are held, conversations lead into action. Community leaders, neighbors, elected officials, city staff, nonprofit organizations, and community organizations, and of course, the amazing staff and Speak for the Trees, work together to make these things happen and get the work done. I have a fancy clothes at all. Thank you all again for being here. Let's keep the program moving right along. And I would like to present to you all our new Director of Urban Forestry, Todd Meester.
Oh, there we go. So I was told we were running a few minutes late, but it seems like I'm a few minutes ahead on the schedule. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Todd Meester. I've met many of you in person or via a Zoom call or some sort of a video call. So it's nice to be here and to be a part of this. And I just want to spend a little bit of time giving you an update on our urban forest plan and where we've come in the few short months since it has been released. Down there we go. Okay. So I don't want to spend too much time kind of going through the plan itself. I think many of you are actually involved in the planning process, but there's just a few things that I want to take a moment to highlight. And I think this is an important thing for us to just keep in perspective. And first of all, this graphic here is a little map of the distribution of the forest canopy in Boston. You know, overall, we have a 27% canopy coverage, but we all know that's not equal across the city. And I put two examples there of East Boston way up at the top there, which has only a 7% canopy coverage, and Hyde Park down in the south part of the city, which has a 40%. Again, all that averages out to 27%, but we know that we have a lot of work to do, and the work is different in different areas of the city, and we have to approach it differently, or we have to have, you know, the partnership maybe look a little bit different in different areas of the city. And there's many factors that contribute to this. It's ultimately the development of the area, the current density of the area, and with that density is the amount of available space, and sometimes the historic populations of those areas over the last 100 years or so comes into play in how they've been forested or the lack of resources that have gone there. And another thing for us to keep in mind is that when we look at the city of Boston, again, as a representative of the Parks and Recreation Department, and we have control or input over only 40% of the total land coverage within the city. So that other 60% is private land. And we know we have to have strategies that we'd be able to use to help increase the canopy on those areas. And I think later today, we will hear about one of those strategies. But I like imagery as we talk about this. And this is a particular image that I like. It's a sculpture that I like, and it's called Awakening. And this is actually outside of DC. But to me, it's such a great image. It's this giant that is below the surface, but he's emerging and you can just see portions of him at this point. And I think it's good for us to keep in mind when we're implementing something like the urban forest plan, that implementation is a progression. In this image, we know that below the surface, there's a huge giant just waiting to come forth. But right now, we can only see little pieces of it. And, you know, the whole extent isn't completely revealed. So I want to say the same thing with the urban forest plan. Implementation is a progression. So when this plan was released last fall or the end of last summer, it's ultimately a framework for the next 20 years of what we want to do for the greening of the city of Boston. In that plan, there were short-term goals, midterm and long-term goals. You know, the short-term stuff is things that could happen maybe within the next 5 years. The midterm is maybe in the next 10 years we can get there, and the long-term is where we want to be 20 years from now. So just to keep that perspective in mind as we move along. Again, it's been about 10 months since the release of the plan. So we're still very much into achieving those short-term goals. Some of those other things are just seeds of possibilities that can grow to something very large in the future, in the near future. And I put down here some possibilities of things that are just sort of germinating right now. Again, we want to do tree maintenance on a more regular cycle. Right now, it's just reactive work that we're doing in the city. Maybe more use of porous, flexible pavement. There's a couple of examples there. Possibly getting more trees planted in areas where there's constricted sidewalks by using curb bump outs for tree planting. Again, there's lots of energy behind that, but then there's also lots of people that are worried about losing parking in this city. And being from the Midwest, from Detroit, the parking situation, the streets are very different here than they are in Detroit. So I can understand people's concerns. There's concerns on both sides. There's energy on both sides there. We want to look at more treatments that we can use and actions we can use to preserve trees. I think everybody here knows that, the best way to make sure that we have increased canopy coverage is to save the large trees that we have. And then another thing that's come up actually several times since in the few months that I've been here is a utilization of urban lumber. Again, all that carbon that's sequestered in that lumber, how can we better utilize that? Again, these are mid and long range possibilities. Again, they're just seeds being planted right now. So I know there can be frustration with this group if things aren't happening just months after the plan is released, but again, implementation is a progression. So I want to tell you a little bit more about these short-term goals that we're trying to achieve right now and the current activities that we're doing. So we have expanded the capacity within our urban forestry division. We've hired the director of urban forestry. We've hired 3 new arborists, and these are the staff people that really go out and inspect the trees. They're all certified arborists. Several of them are track certified for tree risk assessments. And when there's a 311 request about a tree, these arborists will go out and look at that tree individually and make an assessment of what needs to be done. And then we're also looking to expand our field crews that do the work on the trees. Again, all of this is really to understand that we need to have quicker response time to these 311 requests. But again, that's still in that sort of reaction mode. We eventually want to get to the point where we are being more proactive in our pruning and maintenance. And then another short-term goal that we really want to make some effort on right now is improving communication. We're updating our webpage. We're trying for more direct communication, and we want to have public access to our tree inventory and really keep that updated. And again, ultimately, some community engagement. Again, this is part of it. And then some proactive tree care. Even right now, we're starting a little bit of this where we have talked about doing some treatment for ash trees that are infested with emerald ash borer, a treatment that will help minimize the infestation and keep it below a certain threshold. So we are actually moving forward with that treatment this summer for some of our ash trees. Again, that's one way to help us preserve some of these larger trees that we have in our landscape. Of course, with new tree planting, this is always an ongoing activity. This has not ceased. We want to keep the momentum going that we have in this area. And when we remove a tree from our city streets, we automatically replant in that location. Again, as long as it's an acceptable location for a tree. If there's some reason that it might not be considered a good location, if it's like immediately in front of a stop sign or something like that, we may not replant if it was not properly planted or in a poorly chosen location some years ago when it was originally planted. But our general policy is to replant when we remove a tree. We look for 311 requests for people that want trees in the vacant tree pit in front of their house, or if they want a new tree planted in an area where there was none. Again, if we want to cut a new tree pit, we ask that the property owner makes that request, just so they're not surprised when it arrives there and resort to vandalism or something to get rid of it. So again, it's part of building that relationship. We want people to have a good relationship with the trees on our city streets. Because we know we need to really partner with residents to help these trees, grow to maturity and get established. So working on this communication, we're in the process of kind of updating some of the things that we do. So we do have a web page. Now, I was here for about a month and a half, and I had no idea that the forestry division had a web page on the city website. That's how easy to find it is, right? But it's actually pretty easy to find if you know the address, boston.gov/trees. I thought, wow, that's really easy to remember. We can tell people that. And if we can update that content, that's a really good place for people to go. And on this is a place where we want to put our street tree inventory and other relevant content. If you go there right now, I think right at the top is going to say last updated in 2021, because we're in the process. Hopefully this coming week, it will have current content. Some of the content is still good. It's not irrelevant or out of date, but we want to keep it current with the most recent things that are going on. And then just making it easy to contact urban forestry. 311 is always a good way. If you have a tree request, we will make a response to the system. We will investigate the situation, see what it is. But we've set up a new number for our office and a new email for our office. Again, things that are easy to remember. So we have an office number now that is 617-635-TREE. And I think I see David looking at me. I think there's a similar number elsewhere. And I know trees at Boston.gov is similar to Speak for the Trees. We thought about this and we really did. We consider urban forestry at Boston.gov, but we just thought everybody knows what trees are, but urban forestry could be confusing for people. It's just, what is urban forestry? So we went with the simple trees at Boston.gov. And I want to just spend my few last minutes talking about our street tree inventory, because we really want to use this as a way to engage with people and let them know what's going on. So again, the simple way that you'll be able to access our inventory, I think in the past, 2 years ago when we first collected this data, there was a map that was on our city website, kind of nestled in some page of city maps, and you could find this one. But we're going to have a link right at that Boston.gov/trees. It's going to be a featured thing right at the top, and it'll always be easily accessible if you go to Boston.gov/trees. Again, not today, but hopefully by early next week, there will be a link there. But again, this is just a web-based software that we're using through a Davie Resource Group. So you can go to it directly if you want. And that address is bostonma.treekeepersoftware.com. Again, not as easy to remember as Boston.gov/trees. And you'll notice here, I just have some screenshots. I was going to kind of do a live demonstration, but two things. One, I only have a few minutes to speak this morning. And two, they're doing maintenance on the servers for the software. So this day was not a good day to do it. Of all the days, I couldn't do a live demonstration this morning. So I just have a few screenshots. And when you log on to there as a guest, this image is what you'll see. There's off to the left, there's a panel with some different things you can, different tools you can use. And the first thing that shows up is just the benefits of trees. And you'll see here, it's linked to Google Maps. And so you can use this view, or you can use an aerial view, which is kind of helpful to actually see where the trees are at. When it's very simple. When you look at this, the blue dots are potential planting sites where there's not currently a tree. The green dots are where there is a tree. And you can click on any one of those dots and it will give you a little bit of information, like it's up there in the corner. This is the dot that I've highlighted is kind of right in the center. It's a golden rain tree at, I can't even read it on this, 58 Bakersfield Street. I think that's what that says. And then if you open it up, there's a little more information, and that little $sign up on the top, that will tell you the eco benefits of that particular tree. But it's also linked to Google Street Maps, which is good and bad. The streets of Boston are kind of weird. It's not a grid pattern, right? I've learned this many times. Even coming here this morning, I went past it and had to turn around and come back. So many of the street views, some of them are from a few months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. Some of them are from 5 or 6 years ago. So if you're looking for a tree that we just planted 2 years ago, if it's on a major street or an easily accessible street, it's most likely the current image on Google Street View. But if it's on a dead-end streets in the middle of a neighborhood, it might not have the most current view on that Google Street View. So again, it has benefits, but it has drawbacks. But I like that it's there. A good portion of the trees are there because they've been there over 5 years. So they may look a little smaller in the picture, but they still are represented. And then the one last feature I want to point out is on that main screen off on the left. Like I said, there's all those tools. Well, at the bottom, there's a little magnifying glass. Of course, that's a search tool. And then you see there's a pull down menu for what's called quick filters. So we're going to start putting quick filters that will help identify some of the work that we've been doing. Because people may ask, how many trees did we plant last year? Where were these trees planted? So there's going to be a quick filter for all the trees that were planted in 2021 and 2022. So if you click on that quick filter, the map will highlight, it'll be a yellow dot of all the trees that were planted in 2021. You can see every neighborhood of the city. You can see, again, every tree that was planted. Same thing with 2022. Again, we're in the process of updating this. 2021 is like 99% updated, and 2022 is about 75% updated. And then this summer, we'll have the trees that we just planted this spring. We're going to put another layer on there. I told you we're treating ash trees for emerald ash borer. There will be a a quick filter for the ash trees that we treated for emerald ash borer. So those will all be highlighted on the map. Again, we want to be more transparent about the work that we're doing. And again, some of these other tools along there, there's like a report tool that'll tell you like the number of trees in each neighborhood, the number of each species of tree that we have throughout the city. So there's lots of good information here for people to utilize. And again, if you have further questions, you can always email us at trees@boston.gov, or you can call us at 635-TREE. So use this as a good way to kind of explore the trees that we have on the streets of the city. So again, this is us kind of putting into play these short-term goals that we have and kind of making progress towards those. And we know that those mid-range and longer-term goals are just seeds right now. We hope they'll grow to seedlings as we keep progressing down the road. So I thank you for giving me a few minutes this morning, and I look forward to the rest of the presentation. So thank you all.
All right, thank you so much, Todd. I just wanted to point out that on your tables, there are notepads. There are little sticky notes on there. What we're doing is that we're taking questions from the audience for our panel later on. And there is a jar that says questions right on the outside, right underneath the display of all of the things that are going on at Speak for the Trees. So feel free to fill out those pieces of paper and put them outside. I just want to thank you again, Todd, for your partnership and working with us. Thank you very, very much. Can I? Excuse me, I can't. I just wanted to shout out the staff at Speak for the Trees. So can everyone from Speak for the Trees please stand so you can be recognized? All right, thank you. I couldn't have done this without my team, so I had to embarrass them for a couple of seconds. Just a couple. All right, so we're moving right along. We're doing pretty good for time. I would like to bring up and introduce the president of the Emerald Necklace Conservancy, Karen Monty-Brade.
Did you want me to start now, or you want to?
Why don't I do that? I'll do that. Why not? So Karen Monty-Brade is the president of the Emerald Necklace Conservancy, working to restore and improve the Emerald Necklace's 1,100 acres for all. She led the successful celebration of the Conservancy's 20th anniversary in 2018 with the presentation of Fog Exflow or Fog and Flow? Is it Exflow?
Fog and Flow.
Fog and Flow. Fujiko Nakaya on the Emerald Necklace, a world-class exhibition of site-responsive art throughout the necklace, and is currently leading a major revitalization of Charles Gate Park with neighborhood group Charlestown Alliance. Karen is a board member of the City Parks Alliance and Preservation Massachusetts, and is a member of the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation Special Commission, where she aids DCR in improving the management and operations of the resources it stewards. Prior to joining the Conservancy, Karen served as Deputy Director for Park Planning in the San Francisco Parks Department, where she led outreach, communications, planning, design, and construction of numerous projects and initiatives. She developed 2 public bond measures overwhelmingly approved by San Francisco voters that provided $400 million for parks. Prior to that, she was chief of the Design Build program in the Design and Construction Division of the annual. Oh, I got it. All right, yes. All right, give it up for Karen Monty-Brade.
Great. Show me how the slides advance.
Yes.
I only have 2 master's degrees. Okay, great, down, fantastic. Well, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were gonna do that introduction. Really fun. I feel really honored to have the privilege to be the president, essentially executive director, president of the Emerald Necklace Conservancy here in Boston, your Emerald Necklace Conservancy. And I'm going to try and be brief and mention a couple of things that I've worked on in other cities that I feel like continue to provide inspiration and could be clues to how we can tackle the problem we have before us in Boston. One of the nerdy things I'm going to talk today about is the challenges of multi-jurisdictional management, which is actually I think the most fascinating part of the work that the Emerald Necklace Conservancy does. Right. And I really appreciate that there was a land acknowledgement earlier. And this is the one that the Conservancy has been working on and continues to develop as we learn more. And I think it is really important because a lot of times, especially in the world of the Olmsted Park universe, we think the world started with Olmsted. Didn't at all. And so I did want to mention a couple of the things that I have worked on in case some of these things prompt ideas in this group, or if you wanted to ask questions later, because we're not going to be able to go over all of it. But one of the things that was really key when I was in San Francisco was basically working with the city attorney's office to realize the way tree pruning is actually capital work and not maintenance work. So we completely changed the funding paradigm. So these are the kinds of things that I think we have to ask. These are the kind of questions we need to ask. I'm talking about a little bit about that at the end when I talk about best practices. And then just working with many jurisdictions on projects, because of course we're talking about trees in sort of an isolated way today, but of course they're part of a larger network. They're part of a universe of roads that are covered with salt, which make it really hard for the trees to grow. Where the way that we maintain parks with lawnmowers and weed whackers, hurt the baby trees. So we can't be thinking of these things in total isolation. For those of you that may not know what the Emerald Necklace Conservancy is, or what the Emerald Necklace is, it's a park system that runs throughout Boston. We have maps here. There's maps online, and there hopefully is a map later. I think there are a couple maps later in my presentation. We were founded in reaction to the fact that there had not been systematic maintenance on the Muddy River, which because sections of it have been paved over, it turned into a parking lot because we have all the same challenges that Detroit has, turning things into roadways and highways, that there was a huge flood. And so this organization sort of came together realizing we needed a systematic approach. And I'm going to talk today about the systematic approach that we've developed around tree care. We are funded entirely by private donations. So, all of what I'm talking about today is really been a testament to people donating. And I have to say, when I worked for the city of San Francisco or city of New York, people sometimes would make donations to the trees in front of the park or in front of their house. But the fact that here in Boston, people are making donations to support tree care in a park system that was not getting systematic tree care. What Mr. Mister was mentioning before is the fact that we don't, Boston is still working on a reactive system. And that's the way the Emerald Necklace was treated until just 7 years ago, when the Conservancy started to develop this partnership. So the Emerald Necklace, it does not fall under one property owner. Actually, the property owner, by the way, is all of us. But it is under the care, custody, and control of 3 different agencies. And in fact, it's not just 3. As was mentioned before, the Charles Gate project is largely a project that interfaces with Mass Department of Transportation. We have the MBTA in certain areas. So these are all of the kinds of skills that I think all of us in this room have and are going to continue need to develop as we really have to interface with others that can be part of the solution that we need to develop for systematic tree care. And the trees don't care what jurisdiction they're in. They would really just like to be better taken care of. So a little bit about the public-private partnership that is the Olmsted Tree Society. This was started in 2015. It came out of the ideas of things that had happened in other cities, and particularly the leadership of a few of our board leaders, including Janet Atkins, Peter Barber, who passed away a few years ago, and it's someone that has really been an inspiration for this work, and a bunch of other leaders that work directly with the city of Boston, the town of Brookline, and DCR to come up with a partnership to systematically take care of the trees and create the first interjurisdictional database and partnership that requires a 50% match for all of the work and really challenges us all to raise money to do more. And I present this because I think that there are ways that perhaps this model could be extended. I would be wonderful if the cities and the towns and the states will have all the resources they need to do systematic tree care, but I'm not 100% sure that that's going to happen in every case. And if not, what are the other models that we can look to? So we have fundraisers and other events throughout the year to raise the dollars. And we've, have made sure that there's been over a $5 million investment, and all of the trees in our database now have been inspected or cared for starting in 2015. We wrapped that up in 2022. We're starting the next round of tree care this year. And you too can donate towards this effort because we have to continue to invest in this. And so the city of Boston, the town of Brookline, and DCR all take on certain projects, and then we take on other projects, and we meet with them regularly on a quarterly basis to determine where we're going to move next and where that tree work will occur. And what we know is that this is where a lot of the significant trees in our city are located. There certainly are significant trees other places, but we know that we have many, many of the older trees here. And based on more and more research, we understand that it's the larger trees that provide more benefit. We need more larger trees everywhere, but we can't let the large trees that we have in the urban forest that actually, based on current conditions, have potentially a better survival rate inside a larger green space than they do on a street. So we have to keep finding ways to creatively invest in these. And I'm really glad that over the last 7 years, we have been able to do that. We know that some of the trees, I have some of the data here that shows the amount of stormwater, 3,600 gallons of stormwater per year for one of these larger trees is tremendous, because these are the financial impacts that people are trying to determine as they evaluate and estimate the value of stormwater investments in the city and flooding and insurance costs. So these are all related in a way that if we can convince people to start to think about these investments as the cheaper way to deal with flooding citywide, then perhaps they give us more money to do this work. So and I'm going to just mention a couple of those things. So before I wrap up, I know it's 10 minutes, I'm trying to be good. I wanted to mention that, these are the lessons that I feel like as I was reflecting on this, what have I seen work in New York, San Francisco, and here that could perhaps inspire us? At times, it's leadership. The first Parks Commissioner I worked with in New York was obsessed with trees. We read a poem at the end of every event called Trees by Joyce Kilmer. And it was wonderful. It was inspiring. He created the first arbicide law in the country. He, people would joke that he cared more about trees than people, and that was a criticism. But I get it. Staff were sometimes resentful, but it did lead to a hypersensitivity to tree care when we were doing construction projects that hadn't existed before. A lot of times when you are working on a park, oh, well, we'll just plant a new one. That was not the way Henry Stern worked. And so when you see that kind of leadership, that's great. Sometimes you don't always have that kind of leadership. So if you don't, what is happening on a staff level? What is happening on a partnership level? And how can you inspire folks that aren't being directed from the top to do that work? How do you partner and what do you bring to the table? And sometimes it's money, sometimes it's manpower, sometimes it's trying to convince a city that they'll be able to do something and brag about it, always leading into their ego. It works. Mayors want to think that they're doing something that's extraordinary and better than others. So if you can come up with the first of something, use it. Capital and planning, maintenance, coordination from day one. So many times when particularly in San Francisco, we were starting to invest some of these dollars we were getting through the bond measures we'd worked on to build better and better parks. But if we were building something that was not maintainable, it was not a good investment. And really working closely with the operations staff to figure out what they could take care of. What have they seen survive? Sometimes the landscape architects we were working with had great ideas, but they weren't feasible. These kinds of plans had failed in the past. So really making sure that in the projects you're working on, you have those people in the room. They do not get along. They do not speak the same language, but they will start to after you sit them down together repeatedly over time. And I think that's a real formula to success. It means there's a lot of compromise on a lot of sides and things get elevated and the boss has to make a decision. But some days you still get a little bit of a sandbox in a park, or you get some, new trees that you are trying out, or you get something that the maintenance staff really feels invested in and takes care of. And that is a really special thing, and that will result in sort of the best long-term thing. Planning is something that we struggle with. I know that many of you have probably been seeing the conversation right now around Franklin Park and the former parkland, which is currently the Shattuck Hospital site, and now is being considered for a really important use, which is housing for the formerly homeless. The Conservancy and others are asking for the possibility of restoring parkland there and finding other nearby locations for that, like thinking about systematic investments in the Arbor Way bus yard to be a transit-oriented location for all of these things. These kinds of planning projects that we're suggesting are not easy, and so they're not necessarily going the way that I think park supporters would like right now. So really thinking about how we can push our cities to think about systematic plans around how we fund capital, how we fund maintenance, and how we plan for all the uses that we need within the land that we have. And then the last thing I'm going to say is that I've had more great conversations with lawyers in my life than I think people think is possible. Because I learned, we could only fund tree care with this. Well, what about this thing? Because bond dollars were so cheap. They were, so happy to make larger bond measures in San Francisco. So let's figure out how we can consider, big work we're doing capital, because it is once it gets to that scale. And so, call up your bond counsel, ask them, what they care about, talk to them about the value. Now you see on the City of Boston's website, they show you the value of the tree investment to air quality. Air quality, what's that? That's healthcare costs. Massachusetts pays for those, right? We have mass care. I'm saying the wrong word, but yeah, mass health. So these are all things that are related. So if we can figure out a way that we take the value of these investments and we can do it in trees, we have to connect those dots, because the attorneys aren't thinking as creatively as we can. We have to give them the ideas, and then they can figure out a way to think about reallocating those dollars. I'm just going to show you some more fun photos of the work we do. I work with a wonderful team. I think Erin is the only one I have from my team here today. But I know many of you guys, and Sarah Freeman, the most amazing park steward volunteer for the Emerald Necklace Conservancy, always a hero in our universe. And these are projects that Ken Jackson, John Schaffler, and Jack Schaefer, and a bunch of other of the staff work on. There's Jack. Many of you probably know him. We just got some trees replanted by DCR on the Casey Arbor Way, which was super exciting, because the first set of trees, well, there were 500, but 60 failed. And this is an example of partnership. We said, hey, we want to walk with you and look at the trees that didn't succeed. And then they said, oh, we're going to just replant them. And that was great. So, having these relationships that you've developed over many years, I think are of tremendous value. Now we have to water them. You're going to see our watering truck out there. If you would like your company's logo to appear on the Emerald Necklace Conservancy's watering truck, we would love that. And it would help finance all the watering we're going to be doing this summer. Here's some of the other fun things we do, because we do want this to not just be work. It is work, but it is fun. I hope many of you got to enjoy some of these projects. We still have these sculptures in storage. I hope one day to bring them out again. It was really fun. Thank you very much. I look forward to the panel.
Thank you, Karen. All right, I'm going to try to minimize this bar here.
Any help on that one to be? I don't know how to minimize that. Say again? Oh, right there. All right, yeah, we did it. All right. So now I would like to introduce to you the Executive Director of Power Core Boston, Davo Jefferson.
Yeah. You guys interested in spy? Go for it.
All right, thank you, Davo. All right, so Davo Jefferson is a social justice reform advocate who has a passion for working on issues that pertain to positive youth and young adult development and the reentry population, excuse me. With more than 15 years of nonprofit management experience, Mr. Jefferson has been able to lead and manage workforce development efforts, implement evidence-based measurable programming, and create impactful resources and opportunities for the communities that he serves. Most recently, Mr. Jefferson serves as the Executive Director for Power Core Boston, a paid workforce development program that uses environmental service as a way to teach urban young adults career and technical skills through a mix of classroom learning and in the field hands-on learning. Program participants have the opportunity to gain the labor skills, certifications, and technical experience required to enter a range of careers in the green industry. Davo Jefferson.
As you can see, Jarrell and I called each other. So down. Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for having me here. Speak for the trees, folks. Appreciate the partnerships that we've been able to develop over the time that I've been an executive director. So, Power Core, who are we? We're a green industry workforce development training program. Program participants gain transferable green industry labor and technical skills while they're with us. Our program is designed to help Black and brown and green space. Often when I go to meetings, I'm the only one that looks like me there, and I'm trying to do something to help change that. We're a 6-month program. We run Monday through Friday, and we're at 8:30 to 3:30. The participants receive a weekly stipend and a monthly T-Pass for the time that they're with us. Just a way to help them maintain themselves while they're going through this program. Power Core Boston is based on a proven Power Core Philly training model, which was established in 2013. So they have a 10-year run on us and was able to lend us a bunch of their SOPs and we were able to utilize that stuff to get our program up and running here in Boston. I got a chance to go down and check them out before we launched here. They had a fabulous program in place where I seen dynamic work happening with the young people that they were serving, introducing them to climate change work in a really impactful way. I was blown away. I've been doing youth work 20 plus years. And when I seen their program, I was highly impressed. And it's like, if we can get just a piece of that here in Boston, we'd be doing a great job. So trying to attempt that. Power Core Boston is recognized the AmeriCorps program. So participants get an additional education stipend. That was a really cool add-on to our program. Our young folks in combination with the weekly stipend that they get, they also, through the service projects that we're conducting in various communities, they earn an education stipend that they could tap into at the end of their time with us. So that was a really cool add-on, and I'm really happy to be able to partner with AmeriCorps. Who do we recruit? Who are we looking at to bring into our program? So our target population is Boston residents. I would not deny a person from Cambridge or Brookline or any of that, but primarily it's geared towards folks in the Boston area. People that are 18 to 30. Number of youth programs, they cut off at 24. So this was a really cool added benefit to be able to extend that to the age of 30. We're looking for folks who are unemployed or underemployed. Some people, while they're in Power Core, they may still, in addition, work a part-time job. Returning citizens is a population we're also highly interested in having be a part of our program, giving folks a second chance, and even for some people, a third or fourth chance at being successful in life. People aging out of foster care, another population we're highly interested in. seems like a lot of doors seem to close for those folks once they age out. So we want to make sure that we are providing an outlet for them. People not in higher education or career track. So this is not a gap year program. It's just not a gap year program. We do have some folks who've had some college experience, which is great. We had a couple of people who had actually graduated and were interested in taking advantage of this opportunity, and we allowed them access. Opportunity youth recruited from environmental justice communities, historically left out of jobs in conservation. So again, often when I go to events and meetings such as this, I'm typically the only person that looks like me. So we're trying to make some changes with that and starting to introduce folks to it the best way we can. Foundations training. So this is some of the design of our program, like some of the nuts and bolts on how it works. So the training consists of several different things. I'll go over with you guys. Professional skills, time management, workplace etiquette, conflict resolution, working independently and on teams. We did a survey with some of our corporate partners, and customer service was one of the it was the number one skill set they wanted folks to come to the table with. So we're trying to make sure they have that in the sense of time management and workplace etiquette, things of that nature. Introduction to green industry work and why this is important. So this is one of the things that we start off with in our program week one. Why should you care about trees? Why should this be on your radar? Why do you care? And for many of our folks, they don't come from housing that they own per se. They usually come from just housing that they don't own. I'm drawing a blank on the term that I'm thinking of, but they don't typically own the housing. So it's housing that's managed by a maintenance team or company. So why should you care about trees? And one of the things that happened when I was in Philadelphia, I was out with one of their work crews, and we were in a park very similar to Jamaica Pond. And there was a body of water there. And there was a young man there, and they work with returning citizens. He was a returning citizen. He had tattoos all over him. He had a couple on his face. And if you understand some of the implications of the ones on your face, he was a pretty serious guy. He had on some brand new, really expensive sneakers, and there was a cardboard box in the water. And he was trying to get the cardboard box out of the water. They were like, come on, come back. Like, you need waders to kind of get into the water to get that. And he's like, look at this. Some idiot threw a box in the water. He was irate. And I pity the person who threw the box in the water. Mr. J, I found out who you were. And to see this guy that concerned with a cardboard box in the water and him wanting to get it out, I was like, wow, like how the heck did you get him from point A to point B? Like, and again, that secret sauce they got down in Philly, we're trying to steal that and replicate it up here in Boston. So some of what we're doing is introducing, we got a really super cool document, why trees are important. Why trees are important. We start our basic training off with that and just introducing them to the various things in that space, plant ID, invasive species, things of that nature. Introduction to significant industry players. So who's in this space? Like if it's basketball, you know who some of the key players. If it's healthcare or IT, you know who some of the key players. So who are the key players in this climate change work, and in particular, tree care? Who's some of the big names that you should know? So just making sure they're starting to familiarize themselves with some of these industry players. Who's safety and proper usage? So again, if I come from housing complex style living, I probably don't get a whole lot of opportunities to deal with a chainsaw or a lawnmower or a weed whacker, things of that nature. So we're making sure they understand what these tools are and getting an opportunity to get experience in using them. Industry recognized certifications is also a really big part of our training. So OSHA 10, before anybody gets to touch anything or get outside, we make sure they all have that OSHA 10. For folks who are not familiar with that, that's pretty much it's a 10-hour safety training. CPR and first aid, also important part of our training. Introduction to arboriculture. We partner with UMass Amherst via their Newton campus to provide that training. Pesticide applicator, we also work with UMass on that certification. Fundamentals of energy efficiency and building operations, G-Pro, and we're working on adding other industry relevant certs. We're just a 6-month program, so trying to tinker with what would be most beneficial for the young folks going through the program, which would also be highly interested to an employer once they complete. And within 6 months, how much can we squeeze into that? These trainings are conducted by a number of different folks. Some are in-house staff training. So in the hiring process, we made sure that some of our folks will be able to deliver some of this training. Project partners from other city agencies. So partnered with Urban Wilds on a few different things. Potential employers, Davy Trees helped us out with some stuff, and contracted with partner organizations. It's really super cool organization we work with. Women's Tree Climbing Workshop, a set of twin sisters that own a tree climbing company. Super cool folks to work with, and they provide a awesome training for folks in knowing how to hoist themselves up into trees. Urban forestry. So this is one of 2 tracks that we offer to the young folks entering our program. So environmental stewardship, so maintenance and operation of City of Boston's parks, support the expansion of urban tree canopy, cleanup and maintenance of urban wilds, and snow removal. I got hit with a question, well, how does snow removal connect? If any of these folks end up in a landscape job in the wintertime, snow removal might typically be a part of the services that they would be providing. And again, training is conducted by in-house staff, project partners from city agencies, potential employers, and contracted partner organizations. The OSHA 10 training, we partner with Work2 organization out of Roxbury to provide that training for us. Our second track, building automated systems. This is the most recent track that we added, and addressing things like carbon reduction, building envelope and weatherization, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in large buildings, maintain building operations at peak efficiency, energy audits to maintain electrical, HVAC, and plumbing systems. These are some of the things that these folks in this particular track will be exposed to and get an opportunity to be trained on. These boxes here replicate some of the systems that you would find in large scale commercial buildings in the downtown area. So we get a chance to practice with these in a training lab. This lab is at RCC. And they have a smart building technology lab, which we've partnered with them to provide this training for our young folks. Really cool lab. Really cool if you ever get a chance to check it out. We have a number of departments that support our folks while they're going through the program. One in particular department really key to the work that we're doing is our support services department. They assist with navigating life's obstacles for our young folks. So things like housing stability is one of our #1 hurdles with helping folks to get over. Food insecurity. We chaperone in or advocate for a number of different things. Childcare assistance, legal or court-related issues. As mentioned, we do work with folks who are returning citizens. Some of our folks have never been incarcerated, but may have had a brush with the law. So we help them to navigate that. We have a partnership with Suffolk County DA's office, and it's been a really fruitful partnership in helping young folks who may be in some kind of a situation with the court get the best outcome that they can get from that. And obtaining vital documents. Amazingly, a lot of the people that we work with don't have documents like birth certificate, social security card, a mass ID, things of that nature. So we're putting together a driver's ed program as well, because we realize the number of the jobs that people would be looking into after completing such a training. A driver's license is one of the requirements. So we're putting together a driver's ed free to the participants. We're going to be helping folks who don't have that to gain it. Another department we have is our workforce development team. So they're charged with job placement assistance and They help folks with stuff like resume building, interview prep, networking, job search techniques, job retention, and advancement. Some folks here, thanks again for coming to assist us with our most recent mock interview event, where we had a number of volunteers come in and do practice interview rounds with our young folks and provide them feedback on their resume and their interview techniques and presentations. So thank you guys for that. It's a key component to helping us prepare folks for steps after Power Core. Couple of the folks that we work with, City of Boston, Franklin Park Zoo, Eastie Farm, RCC, Speak for the Trees, and the Necklace, Boston Housing, Better City, Honor Arboretum. We actually had our graduation in this room from our first class. American Forest, Boston Pen Development Agency, UMass, Mass Audubon, Boston Parks and Rec. And this list is not an exhaustive list. We have we've been really fortunate to be able to partner with a number of other organizations, which I really appreciated. And I'll end you with this presentation with this picture here. This is a picture from our first graduation. I'd be remiss if I did not mention Miss Kinsey Bach, who's all the way to the left. She was super instrumental in helping us to get this up and running. And Chief Hammond White, Reverend Chief Hammond White, actually, the lady to the far right, also very instrumental in helping to get us up and running. And super shout out to the mayor. She's invited us to partner on a number of projects since we started. Thank you guys for allowing me the time to speak with you guys. I hope this was fruitful for you.
All right, I will be remiss if I did not mention that Speak for the Trees has hired two of the people in this image right here. So we have Makai and Wallace in the back. And then at the top, right behind Mayor Wu, behind, there's DeAndre Green. DeAndre Green, right behind that. He's with our Teen Urban Tree Corps this summer. Okay. Okay, so now I would like to introduce to you a professor of biology at Boston University, Salvatore Genovese. Want to read your bio? Want to read the bio? I'm sorry. Want to read your bio? Yeah. Everybody's getting bios right. Okay. All right. So Sal Genovese is a lecturer in the Division of Natural Sciences and Mathematics at Boston University. Boston University's College of General Studies, where his primary teaching duties include introductory biology and global human ecology. Trained as a marine biologist, his research interests are focused at the intersection of oceanography and subtitled benthic marine ecology. Having published research examining population and community dynamics of corals and other marine invertebrates and algae in the Gulf of Maine, the Caribbean and Florida Keys, French Polynesia, and Antarctica. Sal's recent interest and passion for urban ecology led him to develop a pair of courses for BU's Cross-College Challenge, Environmental Equity and Urban Tree Canopies, and Bike to You. Sal, all right.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And actually, the bio does a good job of showing that I really don't have much background in trees, right? But there's a passion there in trees. And so there we go. Excellent. What I'd like to do is to talk about some of that and some opportunities that I've been a part of the last 2 years, and maybe ways that I could work with the buff community moving forward. We can work with it. I also have the name of my co-instructor, Joelle Renstrom, up there with me. And so we've been working together on this for the last 2 years. And down on the bottom, the graphic is a little cut out there. It's part of a program called the Cross-College Challenge that I've become involved with over the last 2 years. So yeah, this is a project-based semester-long experience for students. It's basically a course. So it's project-based. And the second part is that students work in teams, and they're interdisciplinary teams. So students from all the different colleges, you have engineers, people from arts and sciences, And the function of the program or the goal is to tackle real world problems. And so work in these teams, the students learn how to collaborate, communicate, problem solve. And in that semester, they conduct significant research addressing some issue. And the other part of it, the important part, and one of the reasons why I'm here and what's made this class or this program, I think, a success and what its real value is that we team up with community partners to do this work. And I'll talk more about that a bit later. So for this class in general, it's titled Environmental Equity and Urban Tree Canopies. And then this comes from an interest in trees that I've had. And in my time at BU, I saw there were some opportunities to work in this space. We work with community partners to either assess or improve local urban tree canopies, or really just educate the community about their importance. And we've offered this class for the last 2 years, last 2 falls, and we'll be offering it again this fall. In the future, we may move it to the spring semester. There are definitely some opportunities to do a little more outdoor work in the spring, sort of the phenology of the spring where you start cold and then it gets warm. You can do these projects. That's something that we might be looking forward to into 24, 25. Each time we run the class, we have about 25 to 30 students max. And the other thing is they're juniors and seniors. So that they're upper class students. They should kind of have their act together by this point and able to do good work. Ideally, the projects that we do are focused more on doing rather than just simply proposing or scoping. And that's tough sometimes, but when we can, those are really good opportunities. And so in our first 2 years, our partners have included Speak for the Trees, which is kind of why I'm here today. My association with them has been amazing. Green Cambridge, Biodiversity for a Livable Climate in Cambridge, and Earthwatch. So just a little bit about what this course looks like, the logistics and the timetables. So it's a semester, so you get typically about 15 or 16 weeks. Right off the start, we form our student teams, 5 to 6 students in a team, and we typically have our community partners come onto campus and into the class to talk about the projects that they'd like our teams to work on. The next week, students, we try to get out to the field and do site visits and see the communities that we're going to be working in. And this is for potential partners as well. Well, the effort that we can provide your organizations with is students typically should be devoting about 5 hours per week outside of class to that project. And so when you look at teams of 5 to 6, and for the length of the semester, what you're looking at is an effort of about 20 to 25 hours per week per team, with about 200 to 250 hours throughout the course of the semester. So if there are ideas that you think your organization might be able to, put that workforce to use, that's really why I'm here today, to kind of talk about that. Later in the semester, we usually have the clients come back in and present what the students will present what they've done by that point, their deliverables to the client. Then we wrap up towards the end of the semester with a final report that's submitted to the client. Deliverables are transferred if there are sort of digital resources or pamphlets or things like that. We transfer that to the client. And then at the end of the semester, there's a exposition on campus where all the different courses kind of present their work to the BU community. So just a little bit here. This is the course that ran last fall. We had 5 teams. We were right at about a little short of 25 students. It was 21 last year, but we had 5 teams. And actually, one team was working on creating a Miyawaki forest, which is sort of a tiny forest on campus. And actually, that was one of the contacts I made through Speak for the Trees and the Buff meetings. I was introduced to Maya Dutta through Bio for the Climate in Cambridge. 2 pop-up forest teams that we were working with Speak for the Trees on that. Each team created or proposed a a pop-up forest on the BU campus, but also one out in the community. So one pop-up forest that was conceptualized and a report was created for East Boston by I think it's Day Square, and then another one in the Longwood area. And we also had two teams that were working on data sets. So basically we call them data harvesters, looking at data there, asking questions regarding urban tree canopies and trying to come up with some sort of findings there. And here's just a couple of slides of, so this is one of our teams on their site visit in Cambridge. Actually, that's one of the data harvester teams. That actually could be also a slide for my bike to BU class, but they were riding around on blue bikes. So that's during a site visit. This is pulled from one of the reports. This was from the Miyawaki team. And this is space on BU's campus behind the admissions building, College of Arts and Sciences. So there was this space there, a little small, and their report was a mini forest for big change at Boston University. And just to show you sort of, I won't go through the entire report, but sort of the before and after is they propose that we take this space and turn it into that. And again, the graphics aren't great here, but so that was a proposal that we're trying to move forward. Unfortunately, sometimes the length of a semester, right, that closed 15-week period, we're at a good point. Now, how do we take it further? So that's something in some of these projects we have to consider as well. Here's from our cross-college challenge exposition. This is one of the teams that were working on pop-up forests. So that's just, and these were the two pop-up forest teams. Again, we were working with Speak for the Trees on this. And then here is some data from one of the data harvester teams. This one I'm pretty fond of. We had read in some papers how in looking at tree canopy in areas where there are residential versus commercial areas, one of the things that was brought up in a couple of the papers was, well, there wasn't good data on how much of that residential space was owner occupied. So this team decided to do a dive into that data set, and there were different data sets they had to pull from, and sometimes the areas that were delineated were different, so they had to kind of match that data. But what their report eventually showed is, and you can kind of see it on this slide here, it's basically on the left is the percentage of renter occupied areas. So as you get darker colors are more renter occupied. And then if you look at the tree canopy on the right, darker means higher tree canopy. So you sort of see this inverse relationship where you have higher densities of renter occupied housing, you have less tree canopy. Well, they ran a regression on that, and actually that straightforward regression wasn't significant. But then they dug into some more data looking at income and also population density in each of those areas. They did a multiple regression, and that actually teased out a couple things. So what we saw is there is a significant relationship between, or an inverse relationship between renter occupied areas and tree canopy, but also that income was an important factor. Population density wasn't, right? So richer areas, even if there are renters, right, they're going to be a bit nicer than maybe areas that have less resources. Okay, and actually this was from our first year. This is just more of a policy proposal working with Green Cambridge. It was our community or our sponsor had a couple things that he was hoping that we could work on, and they were looking at basically two of the ones that I'll talk about are basically the case studies of how we can change parking lots to make them greener. And so there's a space there from Cambridge on the left, and that's what they conceptualized it might look like at the end. And then the other was these areas called POPs, which are privately owned public spaces, and how those can be changed to be greened more. So I'm hoping this gives you a little bit of an idea of what might be possible within a semester. And if your groups are interested, I know from the first three talks, I can reach out to all three of you. I'm like, oh, there are possible ideas here. So if anyone else in this room, if your organizations, if this looks like something that you might be interested in partnering with us, either this fall or in the future, please feel free to reach out. And I'd like to give a lot of thanks to Hannah for making this happen, or at least that was the intern I was in contact with. Jarrell for all you do, and David as well. Like I said, I've only entered this space, let's say, in the last 3 years, and somehow we stumbled upon David, and then becoming part of Buff and coming to the meetings has just kind of opened my eyes to what is available and what's everything that's going on here in the Boston area. And actually, it's quite nice to see some of you. I've seen you on Zoom screens over the last couple of years, to see people in person. And I think there's a real value, right? I think in bringing us back together in space and making these contacts. So I look forward to talking to you all a bit later. And I dug this one. I kind of think of this is kind of what we are today, right? So we all come from our own silos, our organizations. I guess we're the trees. But I'd like to thank Speak for the Trees for providing the mycorrhizal sort of network, right, below that kind of brings us all together. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Sal. That was great. That was really good. All right, folks. So we are at our interlude right now. I would like to, we have a couple more speakers before lunch. Everybody ready to eat? You can be excited about food. It's okay. I love food. You know, you can't help it. Anyway, I would like to bring up Leigh Munier. Yes. All right. Oh, there she is. There you are. You need your binder. You ready, man?
You go for it.
All right. All right. So Leigh
Right.
serves as a project coordinator with the Climate Preparedness Organization, Communities Responding to Extreme Weather crew. Currently working on the Charles River flood model in deep partnership with the Charles River Watershed Association. Leigh first volunteered with crew in 2018, both as an organizer for their annual Interfaith Climate Summit and member of a local crew chapter in Somerville, Mass. She's had the honor of serving her community in many capacities: public education, songwriting and performance, community organizing, grants management, and even ecological landscaping. She feels most joyful and in flow when she gets to be creative, curious, and connected to nature, and when she can support others in accessing these as well. With crew and CRWA, Leigh continues coordinating CRFM's community engagement work, specifically with her eye and heart on ways to engage people throughout the watershed authentically, equitably, and through mutual learning.
Okay, so maybe first, I just want to echo Sal's sentiment about being here in person with everyone. I've been so used to being in Zoom spaces and especially in Zoom webinars when I have to present, which is never 5 minutes. So we'll see about that. But also being in those kinds of spaces where it's void of like human connection or the ability to even hear the laughter of people. So just to be in a warm, energetic space, it's just really good to be here with you all. So again, given that I only have a few minutes here, I'm going to dive in and probably not go too deep on a couple topics, but I want to at least just lift up a couple of different things that wearing both a CRWA hat, Charles River Watershed Association, and then also a crew hat, Communities Responding to Extreme Weather, some tools that you may not be thinking about or may not have on your radar yet as ways to help both increase and protect the tree canopy. And that connects, I think, in one way to, I think, Karen, you mentioned this about sort of the narratives or how we're framing things to meet people where they are. So often it's like we want people to care about trees because of where we're at, and sometimes we can't do that. So as you can imagine with the Charles River Flood Model Project, one way I'll talk about is through a narrative around flooding. So first, I was an English teacher for a long time, so I love language, and I'm often thinking about when we have these events, you know, they often have themes or titles, and so are we connecting what we talk about to that? So I'm hoping today to be able to do that. So remember the theme for today's event: growing together, the urban forest plan, and how Boston becomes a green city. So I really focus in here on the how do we grow together and become. Grow together, become, these are big words about transformation. And so given that these are words about transformation, I'm thinking often in the work with both CRWA and crew around how we can do that, right, in connection with our urban forest and with our community and climate resilience work. One way is through going big. right? So you can see some examples here. And clearly through the CRWA, right? This is a watershed approach. This is a massive undertaking. We want to address flooding and in some way through tree planting, watershed wide. So you have the watershed, there's an image there around that. You have the Charles River Climate Compact, which is 20 plus municipalities, Boston's included, all working together to address stormwater and flooding. And also CRWA in the last few years, which was mentioned by Jarrell, we're working on with them, we're partnering on their flood model project. So one way, again, is go big, right? Planning, policy, long-term stuff. That's the stuff that can be really exhausting and draining on ourselves. Another way that we can also transform and do this work is letting the small determine the big. So that's often what I think of is the work of crew. So I give some examples here, which I'll go into in a moment. But just how are these sort of individual like events or touch points, relationship building, one-off instances that we think are just going to be one-off and that's it, but those end up being the things that help determine a way forward for us in our work together. So just quickly thinking again about go big. So with the CRWA work, I just have some examples here, again, with this focus on flooding. Top right corner is just giving you a quick kind of cutout here of what our flood model looks like in GIS mapping. So if you go to CRWA's website, I think it's just crwa.org/watershed-model, you'll find our broader watershed model there, and you can check out different layers for different types of flooding events over time. And clearly over time, we're seeing increases in flooding throughout the watershed. So again, you can check out that model. Very wonky. It's I think a tough thing to kind of slog through. So and then here again, just showing some of these massive flooding impacts that the model is indicating to us with some of these bigger storms. And then, as mentioned, some of the other ways that we go big is thinking about larger plans. So the Charles River Climate Adaptation and Flood Mitigation Plan, which was created a couple of years ago and is now in its next iteration. So we're going to be asking for people to give feedback on that. And then where does this connect with trees? And is thinking about the flood model itself. So what CRWA did was did a flood model showing the flooding impacts, and then also added layers to that to say, like, if we ran different scenarios of green infrastructure, right, what are different things we could do to actually mitigate flooding? And so some things that we looked at was green infrastructure, increasing tree canopy, protecting and restoring wetlands, and conserving open space. And the three that I just want to say are connected here, obviously, is increasing tree canopy. We can do that often by protecting the space that we do have. So one of the scenarios that CRWA ran in the flood model was looking at land conservation. So given like what the current status is of land throughout the watershed, what would happen if we were to decrease the amount of natural space by developing it? And what kind of impacts would that have on flooding? So that's just shown here. So when you look at this model here, again, it's just showing if we were to actually increase the amount of developed land by 15%, you can just see that over time, clearly there's a pretty distinct increase, right, in inundated areas from flooding, and then amount of runoff and pollution that's going, into the river and ultimately into the Boston Harbor. And then the other piece here is this is actually just pulling a clip from the watershed flood model that is right on the Needham West Roxbury line. And I just, made sure to highlight here. So on the left is just showing if there was no action, right? If we didn't develop any more land, this would be a flooding scenario for the 10-year storm. And then on the right, you can see that there's an increase in flooding in terms of both depth and breadth. So just to note that the Charles River flood model, if you go to the website, you're not going to find Boston on the model because Boston has its own model. So I do also want to just let you know here, if you wanted to go to that website, it is not a very memorable link. I hope that Climate Ready Boston has something more memorable than this as well. But boston.gov, Climate Ready Boston Map Explorer, and you can go and see different layers as well. Also using GIS mapping, coastal flooding, stormwater flooding is clearly what we're focusing on here. But just know that you can go there as a resource. And a reminder too that Boston, even though they're not on the flood model, as a downstream community, are part of the regional Charles River Climate Compact. So one thing, just asking here is in these sort of go big opportunities, is there something for the Charles River Climate Compact, right, that could help with tree canopy? So I just have some questions here, right? What opportunities exist to inform Boston's maybe tree preservation ordinance? Could the Charles River Climate Compact and the narrative around flooding and conserving land, support that? And yeah, and then so quickly, because I know I only have a minute or so, I want to just at least touch on some of the work that I'm actually more deeply connected to, and I can talk about it more in the panel. I think you might have more questions about this piece, is where the small determines the big, right? So this question, have you ever engaged in a smaller, simple task and let its results determine the way forward? That is a lot of what we do here at Crew. As I mentioned, a lot of it is about events, workshops, kind of one-off spaces that we meet with people in community and distribute resources and allow those spaces to be what determines some of the bigger projects that we engage in. So just quickly, I'll name on the left here, one thing that Crew does is something called Climate Resilience Hub work. So we basically support community institutions who are interested in doing more climate resilience work. Two that are in Boston, as Old South Church and Boston Nature Center. So I'm happy to talk to people more who might be interested in signing on their organizations, the Climate Resilience Hub. The thing I just love so much and I'm most involved in, and especially in Somerville, and hoping to bring this to more places, is something called depaving. So Crew has supported this in some way. And then I also do this work more directly with a group called Green and Open Somerville. So we basically go into people's backyards or driveways and remove pavement. And why we think this is so important to bring to you all today is because, again, thinking about where can we plant trees, right? A lot of times people don't know what they don't know. Okay, so what I mean by that is, and I can give you a quick anecdote. So DCR has a Green in the Gateway Cities program people might be familiar with, right? Where you can go and in certain cities throughout greater Boston, you basically can call DCR and say, I would like to have a tree planted in my yard. So that representative went to someone's home in Everett, and the home owner was like, I would love to plant a tree here, but I can't because it's paved. And he was like, aha, I know a team who could come and depave this, and then you could plant that tree. So when he was presenting this to the DCR rep, he wasn't saying it, he was saying it from a closed space, right? From a closed mindset and thinking inside the box. And the DCR guy was able to say, no, you don't have to look at that paved lot and think that that's not an option. We can make that an option for you. So we were inspired by out in Portland. They're the ones that first started depaving that we know of in the US. And so that's just want to give a shout out to them. Again, why do we do this? Because we want to increase permeable surfaces so that there's more space for trees. This is just giving you some awesome footage here of what depaving looks like. So you can see our setup on the left. That's us kicking butt, ripping up pavement there, and then putting in a dumpster to be recycled. So again, just imagine, right? If we could just visually or mentally think about all the paved space, if we could just pull up that asphalt, like how many more trees could we plant, right? How many trees could we plant? And even if it's not on these massive lots, even just thinking about homeowners or even renters who have landlords who'd be open to this opportunity. If we could just rip up that pavement and pave yards and driveways, what's possible. So just want to give shout outs to some groups who are already excited about depaving that we're working with to bring this more broadly, and a shout out to Green Open as well. Thank you. Sorry, I know, not 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
All right, I would like to bring up Joshua Reed. Right, there he is. Josh Reed is our education coordinator at Speak with the Tree. Do you want me to read your bio, buddy? All right, let's read Joshua's bio. Joshua is currently holding the position of education coordinator of our Teen Urban Tree Corps at Speak for the Trees. He's interested in environmental and economic justice policy issues and passionate about volunteerism. He believes strongly in educating youth on environmental justice and sustainable development. He served in the Peace Corps in Comoros as a TEFL volunteer, where he also joined local Comorians in various sustainable environmental projects. In AmeriCorps, he served as a volunteer manager for the nonprofit Opportunity Living. He is a lover of nature and explores new hiking and camping spots throughout New England. He recently completed his MA in Applied Politics at Suffolk University. Give it up for Josh Reed.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you, Drill, for that intro, but also for putting together this great event. It's really- Well, yes, I did, but you read it, so it's the hard work. But yeah, so my name is Joshua Reed, right? I'm currently the education coordinator here. And I've been here with Speak for the Trees for about a year. I think my first week was actually for last year's Buff event. And I started as the program coordinator for our Teen Urban Tree Corps. For those unfamiliar with that program, that is our youth job program. So year round, we hire Boston Public School youth, ages 14 to 18, to do a variety of work. And so most of my time is still spent with that program. So we just finished our most recent school year program, right, where the youth were doing a lot of outreach work and event planning. They were doing Instagram posts. We were actually just here 2 weeks ago for our first Teen Tree Summit, an event very similar to this one, but led and planned by various youth programs around Boston. And our summer program is actually starting this Monday. So for the next 6 weeks, we'll have about 22 teens, watering street trees in the Boston area. So each week we'll water just over 200 trees this summer with those folks. But at its core, the Teen Urban Tree Corps is a green career exploration opportunity, right? So while they're doing, this great work of watering trees and the Instagram posts that they make, right? It's an opportunity for them to find out about these different opportunities that are out there, right? To be introduced to all these different career opportunities. And so, yeah, and I've loved working here. It's been really inspiring for me to see just how engaged and motivated and ready to act and be involved that young people in Boston are in this environmental space, right? Not just with us, but there's a lot of organizations out there, right, that are giving similar opportunities to youth, not just in the urban forestry space, right, but a lot of different great work that's happening. And so, yeah, and so if I don't have a whole lot of time, so if you take anything away from a short little spiel up here, I hope it's that, search out those other programs, right? Not just us, but there's a lot of them out there, right? And we're all in this space and we all have different experiences and skills and things that we can share with these young people. And so, yes, I encourage you to search those out, right? And share those with those young people and continue to inspire them to continue in this space. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Josh. One more time for Josh. He worked really, really hard. All right, so we are about to have lunch. If anyone is, I don't really know what to say. I don't know how to announce lunch. Lunch is here. I think we'll be forming 2 lines out front. Lunch has been provided today by Fresh Food Generation. If anybody is familiar with them, they are awesome. Sorry to the folks online who are not here to enjoy some of this great food, but yeah, we'll be back in about 50 minutes or so. We also have a special visit from our city councilor at large, Julia Mejia, who will be joining us at 12:30, just to say hello and say a few words to us at 12:30. All right, so enjoy lunch.
It's, ways to find out more about.
We'll be back soon, folks.
Avoiding any connection, just because I get put it on the table.
Awesome. Good, good, good.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Councilman here, just to let you know that I'm here.
Good afternoon, Counselor Joseph Feaster. Good to see you.
Hey, Joseph, it's good to see you.
Hey, listen, I got to be present. My daughter's involved with this, so and I know I'm glad to see you. I know you care about these issues, so many issues, including this one, as far as protecting our trees and our climate and our health. So always
And leading
pleasure
on
to see you.
legislation that we will hopefully soon pass, that will make beekeeping legal in the city of Boston. We all know the Mass Audubon Center for all the great work that they do in our city. Not only do they have, they maintain bees there with the Boston Beekeeping Society, but we also know that it's a place for our first microforest here in the city. And there's a lot of really great work. So shout out to all of the city folks, see Davo here and the incredible work that he's doing with Power Core. Really great that we've been able to fund and support that work. Yeah, shout out. I think I saw Tim earlier, so I'm grateful for all of my colleagues in government, and I'm grateful for all of you, because I am learning from all of you. This is about a partnership and thinking about how we can build and create the greenest, most resilient, most just, equitable city. I have so much faith in Boston, and a lot of it is because of all of you. And so I planted my own tree that is now thriving. I talked to David about it when it wasn't thriving, and all of a sudden, I think it's our conversation, and all of a sudden it was just like perfect to bloom. All I needed to do is talk to a tree expert. But thank you. I'm happy that I was able to stop by. And I appreciate all the work that you all do for our city and for our environment. Thank you.
We're gonna want to introduce our next. Sure. I think. See if we can get this to work. There we go. And here's your colleague, Councilor Louisiana. Go ahead, Councilor Mejia. See if we can hear you.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Give it a shot now. Can you hear me?
Yes,
We
you
can hear her on Zoom.
Okay, I'm getting some thumbs up that I am allegedly being heard. I just need to confirm that to be the truth, so that I'm not talking and under the assumption that I'm being heard. Could someone else? Yes. Okay, great. So I'm super excited to be here. Sorry that I'm here virtually, but I'm on mom duty, driving my daughter to camp. And I really do appreciate the grace for allowing me to come in virtually, to send my greetings and to reaffirm my commitment when we think about climate, when we think about tree canopies, when we think about the work that this moment needs here in the city of Boston. I always think back about my own journey in this space when we talk about climate justice and we look at the heating patterns that are happening across our city. We often forget that communities of color in particular are often left out of the conversation because it's not one that we feel we see ourselves included in. And so a lot of the work that my office has been doing is amplifying and connecting people directly, people who are impacted by these issues, so that they can advocate for more tree canopies, so that they can advocate for a more just and community that is really grounded and making sure that we are centering the realities that people are facing. I'm super excited for Power Corps. Like they're one of the groups that Councilor Bach and myself shepherded through the whole entire budgeting process in 2020 and throughout 2021 to ensure that you all were able to be set up for success. So I'm really excited about the leadership in that space and all the work that you have been doing since. I just wanted to come in and say hello and greet you all and know that, to let you know that you have a friend in me. And more importantly, when we think about this work, it's making sorry about that, that folks understand it, but that they understand the role that they play in advocating on behalf of these issues. So happy to be here with you all. I'm dropping all my information in the chat and I'll be listening in for a little while so that I can listen and learn, which is what I love to do most. Thank you.
We're not back yet. All right, we still have a couple of minutes for lunch, so take your time. Thank you for joining us. We hope you can stay on, and thank you. Looks like Counselor Louisian has departed, so enjoy your lunch, get to know someone.
Wait, we got a little bit of time. Would love to, if y'all are just here enjoying your lunch, if anyone has any words of encouragement or words of wisdom that I need to know, and that I need to do on the council, would love to seize this moment to be educated and put to work. As a city councilor, this is really important to me. So if you guys have time and you want to put me to work and let me know what's up, I'm here for it.
Does anyone have any comments or any words of encouragement for our city council at large? Okay,
Can you hear me? One of our guests said what was it? A better tree ordinance? Yes, a better tree ordinance. It seems unanimous. Public and private tree ordinances. Yes.
Anything else? Anyone? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
So on the council, we've been doing a lot of work around tree canopies and really protecting our trees. And one of the things that we have, well, at least that I've learned in this process, is that there are ways for us to protect our public trees, but there really isn't no way, or very limited ways, for us to protect private trees that are in homes that are private. And so I think that there's a lot of work that we could be doing in that space to educate homeowners about the role that they play in protecting our tree canopy here. And really thinking about ways that, not that we're going to sanction everybody, but that ways that we can strengthen our tree, protecting trees, regardless of whether or not they're private or public. And I think that there's some work that we all can be doing in that space, and I look forward to doing that work alongside you all.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any other comments? All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Councilor Mejia. We'll see you soon. Thank you again.
Thank you.
For the counselor.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody, continuing our conversations during lunch. I am inviting up Alana Feaster of the Environmental Health as Well Action Coalition. She will speak right now. Okay, give it up for Alana.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jarrell. Thank you to all of you. I'm excited to be here today with all of you wonderful folks. It's my pleasure to be in such great company today. And thank you to Speak for the Trees, David and Jarrell, for hosting such a beautiful and informative event. Today's theme is Growing Together, the Urban Forest Plan and how Boston becomes a green city. And to that point, just a quick note about the importance of achieving the goal of having a green city. On March 31st of this year, the time is around 11 a.m., I was taking a jog through the Arboretum and I saw kids on a field trip. And the pure joy awe, and excitement that exuded from these kids as they were surrounded by the beautiful trees and flowers in the Arboretum just warmed my heart. And I thought to myself, these children should have spaces such as these, pocket arboretums, within and throughout their own neighborhoods for them to enjoy. So it is imperative that we plan right now today for our future to ensure that Boston becomes a green city for all communities for generations to come. Having a green city is so important because we are in the midst of a climate crisis. Our natural landscape, including wetlands and green spaces, are vital to our communities. These spaces are our communal lungs. They cool our temperatures, clean our air, mitigate flooding, provide mental health benefits, and more. And these essential benefits for years, or our environmental justice communities for years actually, have not realized these benefits because we've been overburdened by pollution, heat islands, loss of tree canopy. So therefore, Boston must maintain and protect our mature tree canopies and wetlands throughout the city to ensure that we help to mitigate future climate change impacts for years to come. The Urban Forest Plan is the manual for one of the ways Boston can achieve this goal. The Urban Forest Plan focuses on how the community can work together to prioritize, preserve, and grow our tree canopy. It is comprised of 4 main goals: equity first, proactive care and preservation, community-led, prioritize, and value trees. And these goals are exactly what all of us in this room and online have been advocating for years. Goals without intentional actions are just words in the manual and will do nothing to make Boston a green city. We need action now, and continued inaction and disinvestment will result in continued loss of much needed green space in our communities. Thus, there is an immediate and urgent necessity to ensure that the green goals and policies established in the Urban Forest Plan are truly implemented and not just talking points. We need these goals to become a reality across all neighborhoods and our communities. How do we get there utilizing the 4 goals outlined in the Urban Forest Plan? In terms of putting equity first, the city should ensure that all development projects are viewed through an equity and environmental lens. The city should also ensure that permitting authorities are equitably implementing policies and practices and providing the same protections for natural resources, no matter the neighborhood nor the zip code where the natural assets are located. We need to dispel the myth that development and green space cannot coexist in the city and that it's an either or choice. That is a false narrative and rises to decisions being made on false choices. We can have both, and we need to demand that it is given to us. The second goal, proactive care and preservation. There needs to be a robust maintenance plan in place to develop and care for our existing tree canopy and green spaces so that they can flourish, be healthy, and provide the utmost value and benefit to our communities. The third goal being community-led. Collaboration between city government and community to develop policies and goals that are comprised of intentional language that will provide the strongest protections needed to preserve and care for tree canopy is key. We need to have community-led development conversations. Development conversations need to shift from being developer-driven to ensuring that community is an integral part of the process from the beginning. Far too many times, community is being brought in after final decisions have been made. We want to not just be a part of the process where we are listened to, but we want to be heard as well. We have our fingers on the pulse of our communities. We live here and we want our voices amplified and respected because we know what will benefit our communities. So once the community has had input into proposed design plans, then we should be engaging developers. But right now, that is not the case, and this is why we are losing green space at such an alarming rate. Development projects, again, must be viewed through an environmental lens to ensure that what is being proposed is a true gain for any community. The fourth goal, prioritize and value trees. We need to start incorporating green space into design plans and ensuring that that is a project requirement. Projects that propose clear-cutting green space in urban wilds must undergo alternative site analysis, and the city should require independent impact studies be conducted to assess the environmental and cumulative impacts any development project may have within a community. The city should require that developers build on existing vacant lots and sites first before clear cutting and selecting sites with green space. The city should have an active land acquisition plan with an intentional focus on acquiring and protecting urban wilds throughout the city, especially in environmental justice communities. This can be done by including these sites as part of the open space plan. To name a few, purchasing Crane Ledge Woods, Dale Street, Stella Road are all urban wilds within the city of Boston. The city can also work closely with state partners to acquire urban wilds or restore green space on state properties such as the Morton Street tree canopy and the Shattuck site at Franklin Park. So in conclusion, for us to continue growing together to ensure that Boston becomes a green city for generations to come, we must continue expanding our grassroots coalition and work together to advocate for our communities. When community is not respected and listened to, and we do not have strong policies in place that are enforced by the city to protect us, then we will end up with more devastation like the West End. Folks can take time to Google that. Malcolm X Park, which are both cautionary tales regarding destruction, urban renewal, the city placing development over people, and significant tree loss. We have to call out developers who label our communities as blight to benefit or to justify destroying them. We will never accomplish the goal of having a green city if history continues to repeat itself. And as my mother asked during the other day, we had a Mass DEP appeal regarding the Morton Street tree canopy appealing a Conservation Commission decision. And there are a number of folks in this room who are at that site walk as well. And my mother asked the question, who do we, the community, have to protect us when our elected officials don't seem to be doing it and city and state permitting authorities are not doing it? And until we can answer that question, again, we will continue to lose much needed green space. The city has to view us as allies in this work and not the enemy. We as the community need to feel empowered to advocate for what we want. The city needs to trust us and we want to learn from the city. But the trust will start with the words of the city and their actions being aligned. We are not the enemies. We want the same goal. And when we work together, we will achieve our goal of making Boston a green city. So I just want to leave you with this, that fairness and equity creates peace. Inequity creates conflict and war. So Boston, let's be fair, equitable, and intentional about how we achieve the goal of growing together, utilizing the Boston Urban Forest Plan to make our city green. Thank you.
Climate justice and
All right. Thank you so much, Alana. Give it up for Alana one more time. All right. All right. So well, I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. We are about to start back up again, and we will start with Erica Home. So Erica is an urban specialist She's focused on urban trees, environmental justice, urban nature conservation, and education, and urban wildlife conservation. And since 2019, she has lived and worked in Boston, implementing tree plantings with youth, mapping and assessing land use and social variables, and restoring degraded sites. As Mass Audubon's first urban ecologist, Erica works across a wide range of groups and spaces to increase the intersectionality of Mass Audubon's conservation work in urban settings in Massachusetts. Erica will achieve International Society of Arboriculture certification in 2023, rounding out the experience requirements by working as an arborist trainee on private properties with urban vegetation rangers and other certified arborists. And she looks forward to participating in the Women's Tree Climbing Workshop this September in Massachusetts. Again, give it up for Erica Hall.
All right, let's see if I can figure out how to work this. Okay, great. Sorry for not being able to see some of the earlier talks. I will watch the recordings. I'm sure they're awesome. And thank you for inviting me to be here, even though I have come from working on tree preservation on a private property in Boston this morning. I'll be going back to that after this. But I wanted to talk to you all about private land, tree canopy, and tree planting and tree maintenance on private land in the city of Boston. So our urban forest plan, which I'm sure you may have heard earlier today, revealed that over 60% of our existing tree canopy in Boston as of 2019 is on privately owned properties. The biggest losses of tree canopy over that 5-year period between 2014 and 2019 were on residential land use types. So around all of the publicly managed and publicly owned green spaces that we have, there are this patchwork of developments and private landowners and institutions and commercial lots that are opportunities to both conserve existing tree canopy, but also it's a both and type scenario. We need to preserve existing trees, which provide the maximum carbon, stormwater, all the benefits you've heard about today. Those are most present in the existing large trees. We also do need to plant trees now for people in the future. So thinking long-term about urban forestry. And so the city issued a request for proposals for a project that would address tree planting and maintenance on private properties, but not that for one organization or another to just do that work or kind of come in and say that it hasn't been being done, because many folks in this room have been working on tree planting on private property for many years. So what this proposal is that we submitted, there's the cover page that we had sent in, I think this was in January of 2023, proposal to kind of collaborate with y'all, with all of you, collaborate with your organizations, collaborate with individual private landowners, everybody that you see kind of on this. And I don't know if I can hide this little bar. It doesn't matter that much, but I can move it. Okay. I'm trying my best. I'm such a bad millennial. I don't know how to operate the thing. Thank you for saving me with my struggle. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Okay, great. So public agencies, people who are researching urban forestry, practitioners who are actually out there planting trees, pruning trees, doing the things that will make sure a tree can stay in the landscape for 100 years instead of 20 years. All these folks getting in a room together and sharing best management practices and building on that library of resources. Bless you. So let me go to the next slide. So the first question that we've been getting from folks is what is this alliance? What are you talking about? And so I just wanted to put a slide together here. This is a picture from the Team Tree Summit that was last week with all the youth. Really amazing time. But the alliance is going to be a coalition of nonprofit organizations where we're all going to work together to kind of route private land tree planting requests and kind of come up with a patchwork of maintenance that will make sure that the whole canopy is looked at holistically, not just public land or private land as these separate silos, but that we're doing best practices across all those different land use types. So the Alliance will have a few roles in increasing Boston's urban tree canopy on private land, and that includes providing funding to Alliance member organizations to carry out tree plantings in the neighborhoods where they know the lived experiences. They are the people who live in that neighborhood, providing funding to amplify, get more trees planted, get that maintenance done, get new people involved, new organizations that may be public health organizations or arts organizations or folks who've been wanting to plant trees, but maybe they've never met an arborist. Getting those folks all in a room together with all of us, I think would be a really great thing for improving the condition of private properties. We're also going to work together with all the Alliance member organizations to develop some consistent education materials, more accessible education materials for residents and private landowners to be able to learn more about urban forestry and tree planting techniques and maintenance, which we know can change the entire outcome of whether that tree becomes canopy or not. And we're going to track the location, survival, and maintenance efforts for all the trees planted using Alliance funding. So we're going to have an establishment rate. We're going to make sure that if there are problems like wrong tree in the wrong place, that we're able to really quickly kind of address those issues. If a landowner is having a specific problem, the organization that's most closely working in that neighborhood can go out and help them and have that one-on-one kind of storytelling about their tree. What problems are they seeing? Because we know that folks who are living on these private properties, they may have goals and observations that we don't always see at our levels. So who can join the Alliance? There are going to be a lot of ways to engage with this Alliance. We're just really starting out. We started out with a spring planting pilot where we did a microforest at the Boston Nature Center. And you're welcome to come check out how that's doing. We planted 333 different plants of 33 different species. I would say about 182 of those are true trees, but it's important to also consider other plants in those things. So everyone will be able to engage. We have this interest form. There are paper copies at the Boston Nature Center. If I hadn't been doing tree work today, I would have brought some paper copies for folks to fill out. But if you scan this QR code or if you email Boston Tree Alliance at massaudubon.org, we can get you that interest form. It kind of asks more about you and what your interest in the Alliance is. This is something that we're looking to co-create with community members and with community organizations. So we're not going to come out and just say what the Alliance is before we have an opportunity for us to co-create this experience. We're expecting the members to end up being nonprofit organizations that are working for tree canopy in Boston on private properties, whether they're a tree planting organization or one of the other community-based organization types I mentioned before, or something entirely different. And so I kind of mentioned why the Alliance is needed. Our urban forest plan does call for addressing some issues that we have on private properties. I think that was also mentioned when someone was talking about the ordinance and recommending that. This Alliance will not be focused on the ordinance, but it will be a way to build relationships with private landowners, which can result in multiple co-benefits, just like trees have. Planting a tree on a property, maybe we notice a heritage tree that could use some preservation actions there. It's really good to make those relationships, and the public agencies can't just go in onto private land and do a lot of this work. So this will hopefully open up more opportunities for our groups to do that type of work. And yeah, this funding and the BMPs are looking to accelerate the work of organizations that have already expressed interest, like Speak for the Trees, Tree Eastie, A Better City. We've already heard from a lot of folks. We just heard from some pollinator networks. I'm super interested in that as a wildlife biologist by training. Like, let's incorporate all the different things that trees do for us and for other wildlife and living things. And so what is the next steps? That's the next question that I usually get. We're really excited to introduce you to our new Tree Alliance coordinator. I believe they're being hired like right now, maybe the end of this past week. They may have been selected. So keep an eye out for that person. They're going to be the main point of contact for this effort. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Stacy Butel, who at Mass Audubon is our Senior Director of Nature in the city. She is actually the leader of this project, and Erin Kelly at the Boston Nature Center, who is our Boston Region Director. They are also heavily involved in this. I'm just the scientist, arborist, but happy to be here today to be able to roll this out and talk about it with you all. And we're looking forward to a first convening of the Alliance in September of 2023. We hope you'll all be there to learn more and help us co-create how we want to approach private land and what are the main issues that we should prioritize and start to work on first. Again, there's the email, BostonTreeAlliance@massaudubon.org. You can send emails to that. It is monitored and then they route it to whoever can answer best at that time. So if you have a specific question about roots or tree species or something, that might make its way to me, but otherwise you might end up talking to Stacy or Aaron, and I highly recommend that as well. So here's just another QR code, and here's what the paper form does look like. They're the same form. When you scan this, you can let us know what your ideas are for addressing private land tree canopy loss. And I think with that, I am done. Thank you.
Erica home, everybody, again. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break while we get prepared for our panel section. So feel free to refresh yourselves. We will get back in there. Back in 1 second. Oh, yes, please clean up your trash, throw your trash away, clean up your tables, and any food around. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. How do you
when we have young people who are dealing with anything court related, it's like, hey, the guys in my program, like at least let them finish the program or.
Years and years ago. I tried to get a program.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. All right, I don't want to use my deep voice now. Come on, everybody. Welcome back. All right, so thank you for taking your break. We are prepared to start our panel discussion. Our panel today will be hosted by the Executive Director of Speak for the Trees, David Mechelin.
Check. Oh, it works. Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Darrell Ferguson. And all the help we got from our interns to our staff to make this event happen, especially Hannah, and more over there. Thank you. So I thought we could spend maybe 20 minutes or so having a little panel discussion. I sat down over last night and came up with some questions. Some of them are tongue in cheek, some of them are a little more serious. Some folks have written questions and dropped them up in with the bucket out front. If you have questions, you can just drop them off here, and then we'll open it up for, thank you, open it up for sort of community questions towards the end, pass around the microphone, just an informal discussion, and then we'll close out. How does that sound? All right. So the first question I have is, do you have a favorite tree book? Could be historical, could be a child's book. We'll pass this down.
Yes. Recently, I discovered the and it's fiction is the Overstory by Richard Powers. Yeah, and that was a really cool book. It touches on a lot of different things.
Yeah. So I can't, favorite is tough to say, so I'll just say the one that just emerged as a book that really had a powerful impact on me. It's called Herbal Rituals by Judith Berger. So it's not just about trees, but it basically, each chapter is connected to a month. And what she does is she walks you through 2 plants that are connected to that month and recipes that connect to the plant. And obviously trees are a large part of that. It's beautifully written, poetic prose, recent historical information about the plants, and then also folklore. It's just gorgeous. So I just recommend that book. Judith Berger, Berger. Makes a good book.
I'm not sure if saying this will date me a little bit, but when I was an undergrad, the book that was always used was Michael Durr's Manual of Woody Landscape Plants. It's a fascinating book because it just has, information about all the plants, but there's always like a little culture or history section at the end that tells you just some oddity about it. And then the version I use is still like a printing from like the early 90s or something like that. So I'm sure some of the information is out of date, but and I don't even know if they're still printing that or how current it is, but that is a go-to book for me.
So I'm trained as an architect and urban designer. So actually the book that I think is actually the best for urban trees and the realities of the transportation future that we need to have. I'm going to recommend Great Streets, which is a book written by Alan Jacobs, and there's another author whose name is right now, Elizabeth McDowell. It talks it basically describes how we used to build streets that in ways that incorporated planting and ways we can do that and go back, take care things as opposed to what we do right now, which is pretty torturous, as you all know.
Cool. Great suggestions from all you. I wonder if any of it is an audio book. I don't have a favorite book. I would say I would check out City of Trees. It was an interesting documentary on trees. I watched it a couple of times as I was launching my program. Considered showing it to young people who wanted to make sure we were fully secured in our funding before such a movie to young people who might be a bit traumatizing. So I feel we're safe to show it now.
Yeah. I think that's fine, but so you can maybe hold on to that one down there. All right, so we heard a lot today about partnerships. We heard a lot today about the amazing work that each organization here does or each individual. And our theme today is working together. What models might be beneficial, or we might we want to lean in on to innovate around the idea of working together here in Boston to grow the urban forest? We heard from Karen about funding, right? We heard about Lee from the pavement, de-paving, the workforce development that Davo does. What are some ways that synergy can, those projects can work together?
I'm not going to answer the question that you asked.
I don't expect anything else.
I did want to just say something I know that we've all touched on, but I think I just want to put a frame around all the really hardworking people up here that are struggling with not enough resources to do everything that we want. And just mention one of the things that I think was the most interesting takeaway from the urban forestry plan was that the gains that our urban forest is the same level it was a few years ago. And the gains, and there have been significant gains, have been on public land, and the losses overwhelmingly have been on private land. So right now, we've passed, an ordinance on, continuing to improve our oversight of public trees, and I think that's great, and I hope that continues. But the real gorilla in the room in terms of moving the needle majorly from an environmental perspective is privately owned land. And that is, of course, a challenge because it intersects with a lot of different factors. And so, that's an area I really hope we can get truly creative. We spent a lot of time, looking at ways to improve what we're doing on public lands, and we have more opportunity to act there because of the realities of the areas we get to intersect with. But I do want to just remind us we have to get out of talking just to our public partners and need to be creative and take on some of those big gorillas. And I look forward to the leadership of folks at this on this podium of doing that, and you all helping. Thanks.
I think I'll sort of answer the question. And this is actually my answer to a lot of questions. I feel like is often like houses of worship, connecting with faith, connecting with our spiritual communities. So that comes up, I think, in connection with this question, because the work of Crew has often been, and the climate resilience hubs that I mentioned, right, is often in dialogue with houses of worship and how they can be playing a more just a much more active role in everything around climate change, everything around climate justice, biodiversity justice, planting, right? The Catholic Church, I learned recently, is like owns more land in the world than anyone else, Catholic Church. And you think of all the harms in some ways connected with that particular institution, and so in what ways also like planting of trees can be part of reparations work, living into the values that we're preaching, so and I just think about just how much land is also that they've developed, right? Massive parking lots, can we take back parts of that? So yeah, I want to name partnerships, I think, with houses of worship. I think it's undervalued. It doesn't really make its way into a lot of this conversation. And we talk about these like opportunities on private land. That's, I think, a lot of times an untapped resource, and we can connect with congregants that might often be a way into if maybe the faith leaders themselves or the leadership of these congregations aren't listening.
So I just want to call out, we do have a ordained theologian on the panel here, is that right? Todd?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you're ordained, but a trained theologian. How does that resonate with you, and you're thinking here now as a director of urban forestry?
Well, thank you for pointing that out to me. No, I am actually an ordained Catholic priest. I've left active ministry, and again, urban forestry was always my background. And after leaving active ministry, I returned to work in urban forestry. And part of what brought me there was initially I did some work in community organizing and just the notion that you're right, working with houses of worship, there's a real opportunity there for partnership, and people can get a lot more out of the experience. So I think from that theological perspective, I think that's absolutely an avenue we need to continue to explore. I know a lot of times you don't like to bring, faith or religion into the conversation, but I mean, this is just such a subtle, easy way to talk about sort of the goodness of nature and how it relates to a creator. So I would definitely think that's a great suggestion. And then just to kind of change the conversation completely, just to make acknowledgements in terms of just collaboration, like looking at this from a city perspective, I know there's sort of the history of, I hear this term all the time, of silos, right? Of one department not knowing what the other department is doing. And I would like to acknowledge that in the past, we have been bad at that. We may still be very bad at it, but we're making efforts, I hope, to move in other directions where we're more collaborative, even within our own entity, within the municipal government, so that it's confusing to people. When people ask about trees, now first thing I'll say, oh, that's BCR land. Oh, that's a transportation project, or that's a public works project. Again, I can be tangentially involved in it in terms of urban forestry and the parks department, but it's not a parks department project. We don't redo streets. So just an acknowledgement that we need to do better, and that we are currently working to try to have better conversations within the city and better collaboration with the departments and be less siloed. And again, because I know from a public perspective, it's the city. The city is the city, and there's not that distinction from one department to another. So we need to reflect that a little bit more, that we are working together and communicating.
I would echo what Todd said, and I would briefly add that if you look in this room, there's a wealth of knowledge, it's a wealth of experience, and how do we get some of that outside of this room? It kind of almost feels like preaching to the choir in this room somewhat. And how can we get this wealth of knowledge and experience and expose other people to it? So I would suggest exploring as many ways possible to expose and educate people about why this is important. I feel like I have a master's degree, I've done youth work, I've done workforce development, but I'm really new to the green space. And once I got the curtain pulled back, it was like, wow, look at all of it. Hey, come here, did you know this? Did you see this? Are you aware of this? And I feel like any chance I get, I'm trying to expose people, I'm trying to educate them. And in the most respectful way, not trying to sound too preachy in doing so, but just trying to deliver this message of how important this is and how much more focused we need to be on this line of work.
I think one of the things that I came across in this past year, something I read it, was actually for the bio class I taught, and it was a paper about it was based in Sweden, and how do you get more in 3 different cities? How do you get? They wanted to try to transition from trucks delivering packages within the city to using cargo bikes. And so the paper was a study of that, but there was an interesting paragraph early in the introduction that both my the co-instructor I teach with, actually a plant physiologist teaching a bike class, Nathan Phillips, we were both struck by this concept of change, how change happens on 3 different levels. And the smallest level is what we're all doing here, the niche level. And it starts at the niche level, all these sort of grassroots efforts. And then from there, it moves up to the regime level. And you could say maybe the city of Boston is that regime, the regime in which we work in. And then the highest level is at the landscape level. And it used an example from the Industrial Revolution, switching from sailing ships to steamships. But I think another good one that we can all relate with to a bit better might be the transition that we're going through right now to electric vehicles, right? So, you know, some people who had the means to buy Priuses maybe 15 or 20 years ago started things off, and that's kind of taken steam. And now maybe we have those changes at the regime level where cities are giving incentives for electric cars in certain areas. And now we're starting to talk about changes at the landscape level. How do we get a national network of charging stations, right? So people can actually drive around the whole country. So that was informative to us in just how to think about all these environmental problems. And I see that here. So I think we're at that smallest level. It's great that we have people from Boston here. And then once, I think after that, the landscape level kind of takes care of itself. And I'll end by just one of the questions we brought up, and it's come up in a couple of different talks, is the loss of trees on private land. And I might be wrong on this. I think Cambridge might be trying to enact something about like taking that ability away from people, right? So that's obviously not going to go over well. But one of the things just that I was thinking about is what are some of the carrots you can do? So we want to keep trees on private land. So maybe that's at the regime level. Maybe cities can give, instead of a stick saying, you know, hitting you with the stick saying you can't cut down your trees. Maybe we could provide, for instance, tax benefits, right? If you're a homeowner, you get some sort of break on your property tax based on the tree canopy above your property. So that was just a question to that one, or a possible thing. But again, you need coordination among those levels. That's great. Yeah.
So if we could actually, there are a bunch of questions here about preservation and private trees. And I want to make one minor correction, Karen. The public tree ordinance has not been passed yet. It's been discussed at length between the administration and some city councilors. This is hopefully going up for a vote in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, so it's still, I know that Arroyo's office is taking feedback from the public, and there are people here who have been working on trying to strengthen that public ordinance as much as possible. I know Todd has been involved in it as well. And the private ordinance is sort of, to your point, being kicked down the road. It can't be kicked down the road for many reasons. It is very complicated. So to pick up on that theme, I'm wondering, and Todd, I know you're new to the city, but I know Detroit and other cities you've worked in have different models for ordinances. I know Somerville has a strong ordinance. I know Cambridge has a very strong private tree ordinance. I'm just wondering what could that look like in Boston, public or private? Where are some of the opportunities, whether it's a carrot or a stick, where we could think creatively about, and to your point, yes, we need to 60%, not only of the land is privately owned, but it's some of the best planting, right? We have much bigger soil volume, not as compact soil, right? We don't have that urban infrastructure of like gas leaks or telephone wires necessarily, and we know can make planting on public land extra challenging. So just curious to hear people's thoughts on what might an ordinance, whether public or private, what might that look like?
You've probably heard these things from me before, but the city of San Francisco has a tree protection ordinance. There you guys can Google them, they're all over the country. Different cities have them to different extents. I think absolutely it is about following the money, figuring out ways to incentivize people. We'd love to think that people are just doing it out of goodness of their hearts. But you know, as Mariama Whitehand, the director of, you know, she talked about the fact that her family, like there was a tree that was digging into her garage. So the city and others could be providing funds for pruning, for tree care, for assistance with, you know, planting baby trees, for addressing impacts and expensive repairs that, you know, when roots interfere with sewer systems. I mean, I'm sure you guys can come up with a whole list of these things, but these are things we could be incentivizing. There is a large tree on my street that There is a desire by a homeowner to to buy the parcel and add another unit of housing. We know that housing is something that the city is incentivizing because we have a housing affordability crisis. So do we incentivize that person for keeping those trees? Do we provide them a stipend for the environmental value of what that tree is providing? Do we also try to lower housing costs? So there's less of an incentive for people to build housing because there's a whole lot less profit to be made. So all these things are connected, including housing, housing affordability and rent control and rent stabilization measures. Those are all related to right now the incentive to develop, build, and not necessarily protect trees.
I'll piggyback off of that idea. Just property, I recently redeveloped one of them, and I got incentives when I use certain appliances. I'm in the redevelopment. I got incentives when I use certain heating systems. And when I change the windows, I got incentives. And now my house can be reassessed at a different price point. So if they did the same thing with the tree, what was it? Tree tracker?
No, the app.
Yes.
That you use.
Tree keeper software. So if you use software like that, you can assess like how much this tree actually is worth, how much it can save, or how much it adds, et cetera, et cetera. So that can be factored into the new assessment of what your property value is now worth if you're planting X amount of trees and things of that nature.
Yeah, so that's a tool. Yeah, Davo, I've been talking about a tool that is in the Tree Keeper software.
Yes.
That's actually incorporating data from iTree platform, which was developed by the U.S. Forest Service. It's a you can actually go in there and pinpoint the tree and tell them how big it is, and you can. Jesse knows this. Jesse Scott from the U.S. Forest Service here knows about this tool. There's a suite of tools. Yeah.
You might also use it to say what kind of tree you're gonna put there. If I know this tree's
Right.
gonna add more value because, carbon emissions, etc.
Yeah. Other thoughts on preservation?
Yeah, so I live in Somerville, and so we have a tree preservation ordinance, and is a few things. One thing comes to mind from, I guess, learnings about that creation process, and one is just, I think it's almost more important to have an ongoing commitment to like, could the ordinance be set up with some sort of, clauses that like bring people in at different times, in terms of how it's affecting each group, right? So whether it's a bigger developer or a smaller a tenant versus a landowner, or so just I think if you think about something has to be like an all-in-one encompassing, and can we almost scaffold it somehow, right? So one group is gonna come on, and it's in the next couple of years, they need to have something set up, and then another group that maybe has some more challenges, gets more time or something. So just a little bit more nuance when we're thinking about creating these ordinances. Another thing is just continuing feedback mechanisms. So I'm not quite sure, at least in Somerville, for the next iteration, or when they go back to review, like what have been individual residents' experiences with it. And now they have to go back and find people and find out what their experiences were. So if you can set up something along the way where every person who's going to be engaging with that ordinance can tell their experience and give valuable information, that's going to really be helpful. And then the other thing I keep thinking about too, I don't know if this can go in ordinance, but just thinking about like, who are developers who are rock stars at, caring about trees and working with communities. So what ways can we be really intentional about those partnerships and making them ambassadors or models, so just how are we bringing them into the conversation in that way as well? Use some thoughts, especially in Somerville, because it's under development everywhere, so that's what we think about developers, especially there.
I think we should be, probably, hopefully someone's interviewing people to find out the top reasons why people remove or don't want to plant trees on their property. The immediate ones I remember coming to mind in some places I've lived is they're worried that it's gonna fall in the house and then they're gonna have to pay for repairs. So we had a way that we would, because most people are required to or have some sort of insurance. But that doesn't cover deductible, or it doesn't cover the other kind of costs associated with that. So either if the city could come up with some way, or there could be a way to support that piece, you could do some education around the fact that you don't have to pay to take down this tree. You have someone to come out and review the health of the tree, do some care on it, and if in an event there is a limb that's lost or something happens, that would, because that is, I feel like, a major incident, a major reason people are concerned about having trees around their houses, is they're worried about damage to their homes. That at least is what I
Yeah, that's what
understand.
I hear. We also hear people don't like to rake leaves. Those are the two things we get. We should have one.
Well, I guess I just want to offer like words of encouragement to the people in this room in terms of when we talk about, preserving trees, it's not the Parks Department that is going to go and do all these inspections, right? It's inspectional services, it's other departments. And as advocates, to make sure that you're advocating that they're hiring arborists, again, that's part of the struggle with the Parks Department. Every new thing that you want to add on, it's trying to, add more capacity to the Parks Department that has limited capacity to begin with. So again, I don't want to make excuses for this, but I want to encourage that the advocacy can't just be that we have to have this ordinance in place, but that we need to make sure the right resources go to the right departments too. So to make sure to acknowledge that, because again, inspectional services isn't real interested in just bringing on new arborists so they can bring on this new task. But if there's, again, input from the community that's a desired outcome, there can be a discussion, there's more likely to be a discussion within the city of, who's going to take care of that, or how is that actually going to happen?
Yeah, there's nothing worse than an unenforceable or unenforced ordinance, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And so to follow up to your point, for the last 7 years, since I've been with the Conservancy, and many of you in this room do go to the city council and request additional resources for the Parks Department. Glad to see they're here. We've been asking for them for many years. We've got some of them. We need more. We're glad that, Kinsey Bach and others supported the Power Pro program. But I will tell you, every year at the city council hearings, the tree meetings or the Parks Department meetings, there's not a lot of us there. It is, but at the housing hearings and some of the other hearings, there's a lot more people. So the city council looks at us and doesn't necessarily think that this is where all the funds need to be spent. So the more of you that can be there, that can write letters, that can talk about the investments you can making and continuing to make in the Parks Department to increase their capacity, because they are far less funded than other cities in the country, or invested in special services, these kind of programs. We need you to be part of that voice, because it can't just be the same people. Oh, there's Karen. There needs to be more of us. Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's definitely an ignorance that exists with why you should care about this stuff. David mentioned that some people don't like raking leaves. I was one of those people. The first property I bought, I said, cut down that one right there, especially. Not knowing the value, the importance of it. So we might benefit from some sort of a public service campaign around this stuff. If there's no people there, why aren't there people there? Do they not care? Do they not know that they probably should care? Maybe it's a combination of both.
Don't bring the daytime.
Yeah. Maybe make them at a time that's more appropriate for folks to be able to attend. But I certainly feel like there's an ignorance that exists, and that could be some of the hurdle on why folks are not attending such meetings, why the advocacy for more funds or more staff or capacity in Parks and Rec is not being put forth. So just some thoughts, maybe public service announcements around why you should care more about this.
Thank you. I actually have a question here that sort of touches on that from the audience. Someone said, Todd, you have 3 arborists on staff right now, right? Sounds like having 3 doctors for all of Boston. How many arborists do you think are actually needed in the city department? And I know you're new here. In specific to your department, not ISD, right? What would it, what do you think would?
I don't know that I want to just pick a number, because what kind of capacity do we want to add? And we could always use more help, right? Who can't use more help? We could always do more things if we had more people. But I think at the very least, we need to start with the 3 that we have, see what capacity can develop from that, and move forward from there. I don't know that it makes sense to go from a department of about 2 people to a department of 20 people in the course of 4 months, because then you have 18 people that are all new at the same time, and it's not necessarily the most efficient way to move forward. So I think doing this in an incremental way is probably the best approach of seeing what we can actually achieve with 3 people. And is it more arborists that we need? Is it more field staff that we need? What is the real need there? Again, right now, most of our actual work on maintenance of trees is done by contractors. I don't know that we're gonna eliminate the contractors, but we want to, again, bring in more of this in-house field staff to at least work on the maintenance of young trees, or if we can do other things that, like during a hot dry spell, maybe we could go out with a watering truck rather than relying on a contractor that had a contract 2 years ago to plant trees, and they're just, you know, begrudgingly getting through the rest of the contract so they can just be done with it and move on. So, again, I think it's an ongoing process. I think it's an ongoing process of evaluation, see where we're at a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and see how we want to responsibly and reasonably grow the division.
Thank you. So we only have a couple of minutes left. I want to see, open it up to questions here. Hannah might be able to pass the microphone around. See if folks have questions. I have some more here. Oh, yeah, and we can check online as well,
I guess this is really a question, but I'm Claire, I'm an arborist that speaks for the trees, and as you guys know, there's some major pathogens kind of here and heading our way. So just back to the idea of maintenance of trees on private property, and really hoping that maintenance can include that kind of IPM plant healthcare that is going to be needed. So if anyone has any comments about how that might, or whether that might be possible.
Any ideas?
In terms of managing new pathogens, et cetera. I mean, what on private. Trees on private property. Well, I mean, the way we were able to address the emerald ash borer as quickly as we could for the conservancy and the trees in the emerald necklace was that we had a GIS database. We knew where the ash trees were, so we could go look at them immediately. And the problem is we need a tree, we would need to have a tree database to know the species we're dealing with on the private property, so we know where to focus. And I don't know how, I imagine you're not very far along with that.
There's a private property. You have no idea what's
No, exactly.
Clear the spreadsheet.
Oh, from the back, there you go.
No, I have a spreadsheet for these spots. So yeah, maybe, you guys have
Done projects like that, right, where you, on city property.
City
So maybe we can run those same kids around to get the species on private property too.
There's also the urban FIA. I don't know how far that is, Jesse. I'm not. Yeah, there's a US Forest Service project that was supposed to take place in Boston right before the pandemic, and I don't know if it came, but yeah, where it was they were going to do plots and look at trees within a 20-meter, whatever the radius is from a randomized point in the city to get it's not a full inventory, it's a sample.
Well, also, maybe there's a way we could identify what the kids could be looking for. And that could be a project of the Boston Public Schools, like, hey, this is what this looks like, and unleash the spies, right? And they could go, like, let us know what they find in their backyard. I mean, I think one thing we do with our Canopy Classroom program is we bring third graders to the park, because there are a lot of schools that actually don't have science teachers and science curriculum. And so it's, maybe there's a way to sort of, try and maximize that.
We do have a Zoom question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
We have an
okay.
online question.
I have an online question.
There was something about trenches for
Yeah,
electric vehicles
Where'd they go?
and damaging tree roots.
you got it. That
I
was,
just saw it up there.
yeah.
Yeah. Has anyone here seen that as an issue? And I think that was someone from Cambridge, if I'm not mistaken, Charles from Cambridge.
One thing that's super exciting about solar power is it doesn't require trenching. Because that changed the paradigm for what lighting costs in parks, which you never want to trench the park to mess up all the tree roots. So yes, I can imagine that, like, if you do underground power, you're cutting tree roots. I think the more we can get closer to local solar power options for these kinds of things, the better for protecting tree roots, but
Answer it.
And I guess I just want to say trenching is always an issue when you're trenching very close to trees, especially for whether it's for EV charging stations or whatever it may be. But I think we have new tools available now, whether it's an air spade or something like that, where you can expose the roots and kind of work around it. I mean, now, you know, they used to trench when they installed gas pipes. Now most of it is just boring under the ground. So again, I hope we're moving in the right direction where a lot of this is getting utility companies on board to do this, or the contractors that are actually doing the work. Especially if it's, you know, for an institution or for a private individual or something like that. If they're just hiring a small company, they may not have the resources. But there are resources out there. There are better ways to work around tree roots now than certainly there were 20 years ago. So we just have to make sure we're spreading the word about those and make sure people are aware, and that there are companies that are more aware of tree roots than others.
So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to start wrapping up. So I have one final question, I bet you can all guess what it is. Is I asked you at the beginning what your favorite tree book is. What is your favorite tree? Could be a specific tree or general, like, species. Think, and you want to start, Dave? You ready?
I can start since I have the microphone in the middle and I'm a forester. Well, when I first came here, that question came up a lot. I said an American elm. I do like American elms, but I think more recently, it's the time of the year that serviceberry, Amelanchier is a favorite tree of mine. And right outside our office, we're along the Emerald Necklace. We're in an old service area that was built, I think, with the introduction of the Emerald Necklace. And there's some serviceberry trees right outside our door. So in the past weeks, I've just been, before I come in the door, I would grab serviceberries off the tree and eat them. So that's why I like the tree. It's very generous.
Mine is here all have some fungus on the berries.
All of them do?
Yeah.
I was a Boy Scout. Don't share that outside of this room. In some of my earlier camping experiences, we would use the bark from a birch tree to start a fire. And so that was the first tree that I was able to identify outside of the obvious of like an apple tree or a pine tree, a birch tree.
So I grew up near Old Dead Landscape in downtown Atlanta, Georgia. And so definitely a lot of beautiful oaks, etc. But my favorite tree was a southern magnolia that was really tall and had very nice spaced limbs for climbing. And my sister and I spent just hours and hours hiding back there, and our mother never figured out. And I think, you know, having those kind of trees that kids can really climb on, I think creates, you know, people that turn into like obsessed tree people like me. So we need more trees people climb. And at my nursery school, which is called the out of door school, I mean, I've been bred to be this, but the out of door school, they had this tree that had this limb that was probably here. In my world, it was there. And we got a tree climbing certificate when we climbed on the, like when we made it up to the limb. And it was like this rite of passage for every kid in the school. Like we have to build that stuff in the curriculum so the kids are touching the trees and having that relationship. So why don't we do that?
Oh, yeah, we should talk, Karen.
I think actually similar to the earlier question, it's like not favorite, but thinking about what's emerging for me that it's a tree that I felt very touched by. I'd say that, well, probably the tulip tree in general, and there's a specific tulip tree that my family recently planted in the yard of the house in Grogan, New Jersey. So we have a dear family friend who's like a second dad to me growing up, Ed, who passed away a few years ago. He's originally from Holland, and they said, you know, in his memory, plant tulips, and I was like, I'm not planting tulips, I'm native. So I was like, what can I find? Who can I find that we could plant, you know, that's similar? And I was like, I never heard of the tulip tree, and then found out who the tulip tree was, how tall they grow, and they're just amazing. So so it's a longer story, but it's very serendipitous in terms of like, I shared this with my partner, I want to plant this tree in his memory. Turns out his neighbor, there was a tulip tree sapling that she was going to rip out. A couple weeks later, she said, do you know anyone who needs a tulip tree? And he was like, I do, leave. So we like carefully took the, you know, dug the tree out and transported a car to Jersey. It was a whole ritual. So tulip trees in general, and then I would say, yeah, and then this one's the tulip tree for Ed. So.
And there's a magnificent tulip tree right outside of the other Honeywell building. it is enormous, and when it blooms, it is just gorgeous. I think it blooms late. I can't remember when to look for it. It hasn't bloomed yet. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go with back to childhood as well. And I'll go with sycamore trees, or also I think they're also sometimes known as London plane. And moving from in New York from Queens, which an area near the World's Fair and park area, to Brooklyn. As a kid, I was really worried about what my urban landscape was going to look like. And the neighborhood we moved to, Sheepshead Bay, had just loads of huge sycamore trees. And over it's now 50 years, a lot of them have, on the block that I live on, there's probably only 2 of the big ones left. And we got other trees coming in, and there's reasons why they don't do well in cities, but that was when that neighborhood was first planted, I guess, around World War II, and they kind of reached their climax state. And there's still some blocks that have just amazing coverage, and during the summer, the canopy is just breathtaking. So that would be my tree.
And on the topic of sycamore trees in Olmsted, if you go down by Harvard Square Memorial Drive, those sycamore London pine trees were planted, I believe, in 1893. Most of them are still there, and they're enormous. And for those of us interested in preservation, again, coming back full circle, there was going to be a highway that was going to destroy that double array of trees there. And that was a project that was stopped. There were, I can't remember what they were called, Minutemen or something, who were ready at Harvard College students who were ready to go and wrap their arms around the trees. And I think it made national news at the time, also on the front page of many newspapers when the governor nixed that project. Sort of like the story of Melania Trump when he volunteered there.
And how about you, David?
Well, a couple of you have maybe seen this elm tree that's at the bottom of my block where I live. It's, I think, maybe the biggest elm tree in Massachusetts, and one of them is a front yard tree. I think it was planted in 1893 or so. That's when the house was built, and I think it's about 110 feet tall. And I think it's a champion. It's got to be up there. So it's a beautiful tree. So I'm gonna just make some closing remarks, but let's thank our panel and all the amazing work they do. Thank you. And you guys can sit here or return to your seats, depending on how you're, if you're, and Jamal, you want to bring us home? Or am I bringing us home? Oh, no. Dave, are you gonna run it? Thank you, guys. I have so many microphones here, I don't even know what to use. All right, is this one working? All right, a big shout out to Mr. Ferguson again. And I don't know if I'm gonna embarrass him, if this will embarrass him, but Gerald got an award on Wednesday or Thursday from the Common Square Neighborhood Development Corporation. He's doing amazing community work. It is a privilege, Gerald, to be working with you. You've been, like you said, 2 years at Speak for the Trees, and I can't imagine a better collaborator and community engagement coordinator. So thank you, Jarrell. And of course, I'd be remiss if I again didn't thank our interns, the staff that's here, our board member, Christine, everyone who makes this work possible, and you all for showing up today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And finally, thank you to the Arboretum for hosting us twice this year. This is our second meeting here. Actually, sorry, 3 times. We had a poetry reading here for Arbor Week. We had our teen summit here 2 weeks ago. And we had this event. I want to thank the Department of Conservation and Recreation for supporting our work at the Boston Urban Forest Friends. I was asked earlier today, what is Speak for the Trees and Boston Urban Forest Friends, and what's the difference? And I want to just spend a moment sharing with you the work that we do at Boston Urban Forest Friends is coalition building with residents and community groups to bring people together to have monthly meetings and to discuss our shared concerns, interests, advocacy efforts to grow Boston's urban forest. It is intentionally an open and welcoming space. Jarrell, I think it's second Friday of every month. Anyone remember, second or third? On Zoom from 11 to noon, bostonforest.com, and you can sign up. We're very lucky that we're meeting in person this time, but we meet regularly on Zoom, and we invite you all to join us. And Speak for the Trees is a nonprofit where we work to plant trees and partner with community groups, and are super privileged to see folks like Phil Masterson from Tree Easter, who we partnered with, Austin, I can't remember, Smith from Alston Brighton Tree Alliance, and others here that we work with throughout the city. Looping back in conclusion to this year's theme, which is growing together, I just wrote some notes, thinking today as I was listening to folks and last night as I was reflecting on the work that we all do, is we all know much of what it takes to grow trees, right? They need good soil, they need to come from a good nursery, they need proper care and watering, they need good siting, can't dig at their roots, they need care and love. And if we do these things right, we will see our forests grow and expand. But the challenge and the opportunity we face, especially with the urban forest plan that is so intentional on this, is that we have to do it together. We're growing this together. And how, I'm going to leave us with a question. How do we harness the energy and passion we see here, the expertise we see here, the network we see here, to ensure that we're all doing this in the same direction? And I'm thinking back, and actually, Sal, I already wrote this down yesterday before you shared that visual with the tree roots or the network underground, is how can we communicate across these physical spaces that can be dozens of miles away from each other, but also the spaces we might have that might be political, racial, economic. The distances we face can sometimes feel like we're working separately. So we have some short-term goals, we have some medium-term goals, we have some long-term goals that the urban forest plan is guiding us. We have a roadmap now. We've never had it before. And I want to actually call out and thank the Wu administration, the leadership they've shown in the urban forest plan, the funding that they've provided not only to hire wonderful people like Todd, and I'm so appreciative for his partnership and leadership, but also they've put additional funds through the work that Erica was sharing earlier with the Alliance, ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan funds, that are a shot in the arm in many ways to jumpstart how alliances are built and formed. But we all know that at the end of the day, it's not about planting that tree that matters. Yes, it is important, but it's how do we make this work sustainable? How do we make it sustainable for the tree? How do we make it sustainable for the city? But I think most importantly, how do we make it sustainable for ourselves? Because this work is exhausting, right? It can be all-consuming. It can be dispiriting at times. And it can be argumentative, and it can be filled with friction. But I think as we slowly build trust and relationships and come to common understanding, and I think Dado said it so beautifully, some of the work we need to do is just about educating people and sharing why this matters. How we do it in a way that's intentional, but respectful. How we do it in a way that allows and uplifts voices that are often marginalized and left behind, with the acknowledgement that people have different views of things like trees. That not everyone sees a tree in the same way. That trees are scary, right? Trees are big and scary, and if you didn't spend your life like Karen climbing up in them, you might run away from them. They fall on people. I had a friend of a friend in Wisconsin who during a storm drove to work one day and a tree fell on his car and he died instantly. Trees are a beautiful, beautiful asset that we all love and appreciate, but we need to take care of them and we need to acknowledge their complexity in our urban landscape. So with that, I'm tasking us with one or two things when you go home today. I want you to think of what you can do so that this time next year when Jarrell welcomes us again, you can share a story or an action you did. That's one thing to think about. Second thing to think about is who can you bring along in this journey as we grow this network? Maybe it's a neighbor who wants to cut down a tree. Maybe it's a neighbor with a yard with a space for a tree. Maybe it's a school teacher. Maybe it's your civic association. Maybe it's a parent. And just talk to them about the work and the love of trees and see if one by one we can make those connections, because those underground connections are what sustain the trees and they're what sustain us, and they're often invisible. But I think what we need is we need to find ways that we can care for each other and care for the trees so that step by step, as Todd said, we're growing our capacity and our work in a way that we know where we're going and we know what we need to do next. So thank you for joining us today. Yes, I have something else to do. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us for today's symposium and doing your part to grow and support Boston's tree canopy. A recording of this event will be available on our website next week. Oh, I got more. And get connected. Anything else? There we go. And our next meeting is July 14th, Bastille Day. Vive la France. From 11 to noon. So I was right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a wonderful weekend.
I want to get in. Oh, I did the arboretum. You might have stepped out. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I said thank you to the arboretum. Nice. All right. Thank you. Hey.
Very well done.
Hey, thank you.
It was a pleasure being here. Yeah, nice. So nice. Appreciate that.
Oh, I couldn't. Yeah.